All right, we're live. All right, welcome to episode 2 of the only running Anima stream on the internet. I'm pretty sure. I probably would put money on that.
All right, so we got to start running a new Anima stream separately.
All you guys, just to compete with mine.
Yeah. Well, now I'm curious.
It'd be very difficult to find because I think there's, well, I mean, I don't think there's not really a Twitch category for it.
No, I just looked up Raw Anima Beyond Fantasy. Oh, no, wait a second. There is a person who streamed it 14 days ago in Spanish. So,
the TTRPG or the video game?
it is under, Session 23, Anima Beyond Fantasy.
23!
24, 4 days ago.
You're such a ripoff, Cam.
There is not anyone doing it currently.
The only one doing it in English.
Cheap knockoff.
That's-
Oh, now we're moving the goalpost.
That one I agree with. I'll be completely honest. I completely agree and will not fight with that. Because the only results I find is a guy streaming it in Spanish. Everyone else is
we all know that English is the only language that matters.
Oh, yeah, this is actually so funny. If you look up Anima Beyond Fantasy on Twitch, it's you and that guy are the only people that appear.
That's funny.
I love that.
Man, I took a blind fire shot and I accidentally hit some
advertisement
Spanish
for their
guy.
video game. I'm surprised that's not.
Well, they'll be remade soon, so maybe it'll get some traction.
So anyway, Cam now has to make a huge donation to that guy because he said he'd bet money on it.
It's true. When my Twitch career takes off, I'll do it.
And this is why you don't gamble, kids.
Unless.
Okay, I'll gamble. You've convinced me.
You're welcome. Always gamble, kids.
Gonna go drop some money on gotchas right now.
Gonna real quick open up the Discord poker activity.
But all right, we are currently missing our cyborg bodyguard for now. They're running.
He
a
got
little
the
bit
order:
late.
stand in the corner and stay silent. Don't interrupt our meeting.
No, he was told get fetch this item on the opposite end of the house.
True.
So unfortunately, Alex has to remove half of his character because half his character is just yelling at Alicia's character on what to do. Sorry to
I'll
kneecap
manage.
Sorry to kneecap you there, Benjamin.
I'll figure it out.
You think he can't yell at the rest of us?
I wouldn't. I'm such a gracious host. Such a normal guy. How's the blanket, by the way? Please keep it on your head.
All right. I assume this is a normal custom for around here.
Speaking on what happened last week. So what happened last week was you guys are living in the city. We got to see a little peek into your lives a little bit. Benjamin went out and got a book from some like back alley pawn shop. Probably magic, right?
Probably.
And then he invited everyone to his house to sit in his beanbag chairs. And then I can't remember everyone's names. Zerkanon got a blanket thrown over his head because his stare was killing Benjamin literally.
Talk about a withering stare.
I know. I wish you brought your helmet.
I wish I could wear my helmet too. I feel more comfortable in my armor.
But yeah, everyone is getting together to talk about some interesting information. I don't even remember what actually. I think it was just Daisha and Zerkanon were like, "Hey, doctor, how you doing?" And he's like, "Oh,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we were coming to check on him, and then everyone else was just dragged in.
Yeah, it was specifically reaching out about, hey, do you want to chat about the curse? And then we're like, let's invite this guy along. And then I was like, let's invite this lady along I met. And then we're like, oh fuck, we all brought a +1.
Well, when you look at that, by some strange happenstance and coincidence, the entire party ended up in the same place.
Wild.
And we're not in a tavern.
And you're not in a tavern.
Amazing work, Cameron.
Yeah.
Never
It
know,
is
this
truly
kitchen might be a refurbished tavern.
Heraclean. It's so weird to say it with the proper pronunciation.
Herculean.
Herculean, even though it's Heracles.
Hercules sometimes.
I watched the Disney movie. It was Hercules.
True. It only took 2 very proactive players to get the group together.
Yeah. It's fine. But yes. So, you're all sitting in a general room near the kitchen in beanbag chairs, one person with a blanket on their head, as Benjamin is gathering everyone up, and his bodyguard has been sent off to go retrieve more beanbag chairs, because there's one person is without a beanbag chair.
I'll say it's as a great gracious host, I'm not sitting in the beanbag chair. The blanket is over his head, but I'm still kind of standing behind him.
And he turns
gonna
quickly
die.
at you, and you flinch.
Yeah, I just kind of keep in his blind spot.
Alrighty. And start scene.
I look around. Oh,
Nope, you first.
I look around at everyone from under my blanket without actually seeing anyone, and say, "Is everyone enjoying the produce?"
Yeah. It's nice to enjoy the fruit of your labor, so to speak.
I'm glad to hear it. I enjoy sharing my efforts with others. Makes it all the more worthwhile.
Ish good. Oh.
Yes, very lovely from behind you.
I go to turn to look toward your direction when you talk to me.
I just take it like a step around, so like I'm always just behind your head.
I try to help. Is there cannon? Like, he's behind you. Nope, other way.
Throughout the conversation we're about to have, it's just going to be me fully spinning in circles as you stay behind me and I turn to look at you.
Just constantly. I got the agility for it. I got this.
I just would love to see this scene animated.
But yes, from what I understand, I think we all have some interest in a bit more esoteric subjects. We can at least cut that pretense out and about. Curses, ancient languages, the like.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You could say that.
I can at least promise, on my end, I am no friend of the Inquisition, so there's no worries there. As long as it's likewise.
He raises a hand.
You're friends with the Inquisition?
Oh, no, I was asking why the Inquisition would matter for learning languages?
Well, anything that's a bit more supernatural, I imagine.
They have very strict regulations on certain things and people.
They do,
Oh.
especially if it's a risk of going against the church in any way.
Is that like wide knowledge camp? Or
Well-
would that be?
For the most part, the Inquisition is more like a. The Inquisition are effectively like this world's version of the Men in Black. Which is actually not true. There's actually a different organization that's more like that, but it's the
Yes,
best analogy I
Tal
can
Roko.
make. Tal Roko, yep. Because most people have never seen an Inquisitor, and obviously no one has seen an Inquisitor killing a heretic or a supernatural being in any recent era.
No, the Inquisitors are more like the Grey Knights from Warhammer.
But no, actually, in that case, it's quite literally a 1-to-1 comparison with the Inquisition, because like the Inquisition in 40K is always brought up in like hushed rumors that they're active, and like a lot of people, and most everyone hasn't seen an Inquisitor, and they're just like, oh, maybe they'll get you, or like treated kind of as a non-threat, but also as a major threat on different occasions. It just depends.
But what you are familiar with is that the church is very hyper Christian. It's
Well, yeah.
there's been like a few satanic panics, and there are no shortage of different texts and media that have been removed due to the church interference because they play too much on sorcery or witchcraft or praising the devil too much.
Book burning. I see.
They hate Harry Potter and D&D.
Great. He still misunderstands what you mean. He's like, oh, yeah. They do burn some of the stuff.
Which is funny you mention that, as I think at that moment, he reaches into a bag and then plops down a big ass book on the table.
I jump a little and go, oh, what was that?
A book. As like he maybe sees you're reaching for it and just kind of like, oh, a book. Don't worry, you don't need to lift it.
All right then. I go back under my blanket. Is it a interesting book? I assume it's related to the Inquisition if you're bringing it up right after what you just said.
I've yet to examine it. I bought it this morning. If I wasn't lied to, this is a book that is considered banned. Something we could get in trouble of having.
Oh. He goes to reach for it.
Yeah, like he'll let you.
I lean towards her cannon and I describe the book and what it looks like since he can't see it.
Reaching over for the book, you find a heavily worn leather book that is a bit larger than standard letter font. You know, it's like a 16 by 11 size book.
I guess there's like no back or
Well,
an
the,
author page or anything.
the curious thing is the leather covering is heavily worn, but you can definitely see evidence of like extreme wearing. It's almost as if someone had took sandpaper to the cover. And the spine and the back as if to remove a title.
Does this seem recent?
Looking it over, it's somewhat hard to tell because the material is relatively on the older side. And it's hard to know if a scuffing on a book is new or old. Go and roll an appraisal for me.
Sure.
I have a blanketed hand just going up toward my blanketed face, with clearly just holding my chin, and I go, just nodding, go, thank you for the very detailed description, Daisha.
Darn. 78.
It's hard to tell if it is more recent or not. Opening it up, The pages are a little stiff. And they look to be somewhat weathered themselves. Based on your appraisal roll, though, you can tell for sure on this book, at least its pages, are not particularly old, probably no more than 20 years old. But they have been touched up to appear older.
Interesting. Somebody seems to have wanted to make these pages seem older, I guess. Kind of flips through. I couldn't tell you where the wear and tear for the title and stuff happened, but
Could I sense any magical energy coming off of the book?
You sense no magical energy coming off the book.
Oh,
Okay.
buddy, did you get scammed?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they definitely wanted to make the pages look older. Kind of flips to a passage and starts reading.
You begin to read, and the book is filled with a variety of information on the spirits and the dark aspects of the world. How there are entities that seem to come from another world and enter into this one. It seems, at the very least, to be something the church wouldn't like. Even looking through the chapters, there's even some chapters on summoning the spirits for seances.
Huh. I'll take a look at it when you're done. Kind of closes it, hands it back.
Just kind of takes it back. I mean, if you have any fun insight on this, because I'll be quite honest, my knowledge of anything, I guess, really magical, not my strong suit. I usually lean a lot more evidence based. Magic doesn't tend to be that.
I've tried my hand at street magic and stuff, but nothing too extreme.
I mean, not sleight of hand, magic.
Pardon?
Imposing one's will on the world supernaturally.
That seems interesting. Mind if I take a look?
Passes it to you.
Okay, Dr. Hawthorne, is the blanket really necessary on Zerkanon? It seems... I don't know how to feel about this. It just feels weird.
I'm just leaning over, as if I'm looking at the book with Daisha, but I just have the blanket fully over me and can't see it.
I've moved the book down below the table, and I've started lifting the corner of the blanket so you can actually see the book.
Interesting.
He's fine. Look at him.
I guess. Okay.
Does any of this feel familiar?
I'll go ahead and have you roll a occult. Oh, you're not trained in occult.
I am. I could roll for it.
I guess I'll use magic appraisal as the next best stat.
Okay.
I'm not trained in either of those, so I'm just
Okay.
reading.
Holy shit.
Pretty good. Do the open roll.
Dang.
Aw.
The curse. Goddamn. That's
Though
good,
that is technically another level of success on the dot. So. Okay, that's a 140 on an open roll. Daisha, as you're looking through this, you were not really trained in anything outside of the magic arts. and this book doesn't really have much in the way of actual magic arts, but as you're flipping through it, you do notice something in particular. Because I don't remember. I closed your character sheet because I'm dumb. Did you put any points into your... No. Okay. But some parts of this book do seem to at least come close to the edge of truth. The book specifically mentions bringing creatures over from a different or like dark realm and underrealm. But in one part of the book, as you kind of flip through it quickly, you notice it mentions the wake. And you know the wake is real. The wake is a dark reflection of reality. Reading through it, you start to learn some interesting information yourself, since you don't have much occult. The wake, being a dark reflection of reality, is filled with beings who don't exist completely in either realm. These beings can be summoned forth from a different realm through the use of rituals. The book even goes on to mention some rituals, though you don't know exactly their authenticity. Upon reading all this, at the very least, you learn a little bit about the occult. And since your occult is not above 40, you gain 5 base occult.
Let's go.
Huh.
Because it's not, it mentions some things that are lining up to what I know, but it doesn't seem like it's been like covered up to make it seem less authentic. It's just the way it's written.
If you were to make your best guess, this book is not written by an actual magic or occultic practitioner, but someone who may, through their various research, have gotten close to the truth of some occultic measures of the world. Unfortunately for you, none of it is really magic related, so it's something that's kind of outside of your wheelhouse.
Well, whoever wrote this is not quite into the use of magic. There are some things here that do match, but whoever this was obviously didn't practice. But they got very close.
So they didn't practice, but you do?
That's a look of like, shit.
I look at you through the blanket.
You see the blanketed head turn towards you.
Alphonse just has a look of concern that a bunch of people who are older than him are possibly crazy.
Probably not crazy, but maybe a little cringe.
Also feasible.
Just when you were beginning to think this wasn't a LARP thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I do practice. She looks over at Benjamin and then across the table. I'm under the assumption that to prove I'm not insane, seeing is believing.
That is my preference.
All right. She walks up. Mind if I borrow some utensils.
Sure.
Thank you. She goes over to the knife block. I'm assuming you have in your kitchen.
Yeah, it's not all like the things you would need.
Mhm. She pulls out one of the knives and slices her hand and sacrifices 5 health. And she casts.
He suddenly kind of regrets giving you the knife.
And as she cuts herself, she casts the darkness spell, and the room becomes enveloped in darkness.
Yeah, the partial gift, right? I think you need to make a power check.
Can I make a power check?
Yes. Yep, you have the incomplete gift. You didn't put the numbers here, what these are worth.
I did. They're in the text.
Oh, well,
to
there's
hit
a
the gear to
benefit page section.
I'm pretty sure I put all the info in there.
There's these little extra tabs. You missed. It's fine.
This stuff is definitely not super intuitive.
I think you're missing an advantage. I'm only seeing 5 points. Did you increase? Oh, you increased your dex.
I increased, like you said.
Increase characteristic dex 1. Just to keep things... Okay, there you go. Yeah, it makes sense. Alrighty. So yeah, the incomplete gift, you need to make... What level is darkness? I'm looking it up for you.
Oh, if it's not darkness, it's one of the lowest level ones.
Create dark. Okay.
Yep, that one.
And I believe with the incomplete gift...
Is 10 plus 1 for each 10 levels of a spell.
+10. Weird. That's
Like,
very strange. Because stat checks are roll under, not roll over.
There's plenty of stuff that have you roll over, though.
There are some.
Well, then
Okay, so then you need to
Maybe
make
the full gift is not 10. It's not plus anything.
Well, I mean, we can do it this way. It's just a weird way of doing it. So we need to roll your... Wait. What? That's not how that works at all. Okay. It should be 1 plus 1 for each 10 levels over. So you need to get 1 under your power on a power check. Or never mind. Is there... Oh, it adds the stat? Okay, that's weird. They might have changed that in the... Or is it opposed? No, they might have changed that in the errata. I'll have to look it over. Okay, well, regardless, you passed. Because then it would have been DC 10. And you made it with a 12. Barely, but you made it. Upon casting the spell, which, how do you cast magic? Like, what's your method? Because if you don't use some form of either incantations or gesticulations, it takes longer for you to accumulate.
I would say the incantations.
Okay. All right.
So she cuts her hand, sacrifices the 5 health, and begins incantating. And as that happens, the light starts to dim as darkness comes over the room.
All right. Everyone is cast in darkness. Even from beneath the blanket, Zerkanon. You notice a change in the ambient light.
Oh,
Oh,
People's feet become less visible.
Is that enough?
I have no rational explanation for how else you could do it, and I find myself a lot more open to the idea.
I look around for a dimmer switch.
Well, I mean, like, you saw, like, magic pool and emanate and expand from Dacia's hand.
I saw no such thing. I don't have the gift.
Well, you did, because it has a visual aspect.
I see,
The
I see.
darkness that is being created. If you had the gift, you would be able to see Dacia pooling the Xeon into her hand before the spell was
saw it.
created. No, you didn't. You're under a blanket.
I could have saw it
You could have saw it.
if I wanted to.
That's just as good.
Actually, technically, Devin's character could have seen it if his eyes were closed.
I actually don't know if I can.
I'll remember how the Cipher of the Deva works. I know you can see supernatural stuff with it.
Yeah.
But your eyes have to be closed and you have to focus, which was kind of not the point. But you did see something erupts and coat this room. And while you're all talking, as long as Dacia's holding the spell, the entire room, or at least most of it, is shrouded in complete darkness.
I hold the spell for a little bit, enough for them to get a feel of it. And then I just rescind the spell.
I look around at the rest of the party through my blanket and go, "Is this all of your first time seeing magic?"
Yeah. I would say
Considering
so.
it's everyone else's first time seeing magic, everyone who's not aware of the abilities of magic gains 5 occult.
Damn it!
I mean,
Yes.
yes, but I've seen weirder.
Oh,
I
Well, so
Are we-
you are aware, generally speaking, of Ki, which
he's
is
not a cult.
which is a like accumulation of natural energies and the use of it. It's feasible that you could suspect this of being some kind of key technique, but when it comes to projection of key abilities, from what you know, roughly speaking, darkness is not like a thing you could create. So I would say you would qualify, at least for this.
This one gets rid of the -30 now, right? Because it goes right into it goes into base, not.
It goes into base, which doesn't get
Base
rid of the
is what-
-30.
Yeah, base is
Yeah.
the one that generally does that.
Well, this definitely beats the hell out of phone wrapped in cloth.
So are we all sharing things that make us special now? Things we've seen.
If you're all planning to share, I'm willing to tell you my secrets.
Let me go next.
All right.
All right. I sit back
Um,
down next to Zarkanon.
So, Dr. Hawthorne, about that thing I saw that night.
He is in a mix of emotions at you saying this in front of everybody.
She's just gonna put her arms so that like her like right hand is on the left, her left hand's on the right side of her head, and like right hand's on the left side of her head, reaching behind her, as all of a sudden you see she's gonna begin accumulating ki, and you see gold chains that kind of just are caught. I think is what it. where it's like there's
They
no
wouldn't
slack in it.
see anything unless you generate more than 20 ki.
I'm beginning the summoning process though.
Yeah, all they would see actually would be the creature being like as it was summoned.
I had such
Just
a cool,
generate key. You could just take a little longer.
I had a cool summoning process and everything.
I'm
Cameron,
sorry.
fuck you.
It's
No,
how
fuck
supernatural abilities work in the setting.
Just generate key for like 3 turns.
Yeah, sure. Just generate
Whenever
it
one of
alone.
us gets key detection, it's going to be so cool.
I have key detection. That's the funny part.
But
I hear what's your name? Juniper. I hear like start talking and then stop, and I, knowing she was about to do something cool, I like peek a little from under the blanket so that I don't miss out on this +5 to whatever I get. Even though I'm probably not gonna get it since I already know, I'm sure.
It's fine. I'm behind you.
Oh, for the audience, Cam, they get to know.
Okay, we can Demon Slayer this.
She reaches up and gold chains that are, I think taut's the word, where there's like no slack to them.
Yep.
Appear and go up into like the same point behind her as she just begin. You see her strain as she's obviously pulling on something for you guys. I need to make a roll for summoning, right? Or do I not need to because this is my familiar, technically?
So, well, first of all, you have to create the seals. That's a part of the process. Like through hand signs or
Right.
some kind of scripting or whatever. Because yeah, then you need to make an invocation check, which is
It's DC
A
10
D100
Plus-
and then 10 and points for each level
Plus
the
10.
creature has.
above you, but because I have the masterful thing, I treat myself as a level 3, and I'm summoning a level 3 creature, so it's just base DC 10.
Yeah, so you need to roll above a 10.
Yeah, which I get a +5 to it because I have the major air seal. And that
Imagine
counts.
treating yourself as a level 3 in a positive way, beneficial to you. Couldn't be me.
/R 1D100 +5.
That's good.
Oh, okay, yeah, it says here. So you have to gesticulate with your hands in order to create seals.
Okay.
In fact, you are unable to use seals of invocation if you cannot gesture with your hands.
Ah.
So be careful if your hand's getting bound.
She begins, I guess, she begins gesturing, and because it's air seal, her movements are more fluid-like. As she, it seems like she's practiced this motion before. And then once she finishes her motion, her hands reach up behind her, golden chains, and she begins pulling. As where her chains meet up behind her, a hole forms, a crack in reality. She keeps pulling and pulling for it to come across the boundary. You watch as... Peter, what's that angel called again? Or is it just biblically accurate angel?
I mean, that's what everyone knows it as.
Okay.
I think
As-
it's really called like a chariot.
I mean, if it's specifically, if it's the eyes and rings one, that's an ophaneum, or a throne. It's a throne is another way of saying it.
Mm-hmm.
As a biblically accurate angel about the size of a basketball comes through the portal and just rests and floats above her head.
Now, to this, I have a question, Cam. because I have the partial gift, if it was normal summoning, I would see like Xeon doing stuff, right?
No,
But no?
no.
Oh.
Because this isn't done through Xeon. It's not magic.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like if it was, I would see the Xeon, so I should know.
Well, if it
key-based?
was through Xeon and you had the gift, then yes.
Okay, so like the fact that I didn't see the Xeon would let me know that it's probably key based.
Maybe. I don't think you have that much occult, do you?
I don't.
Then yeah, you don't know. There could be lots of powers in this world.
Given what she did to summon this angel, does it match anything or similar to anything in the book in terms of bringing creatures over?
You don't know because you have not read the book yet, and a cursory glance through the pages, unless you have an insane memorize, won't allow you to discern that.
Okay.
How familiar does this thing look?
Interesting.
Not particularly familiar to you.
That's good.
Oh, I do have a picture for it, by the way.
I think he's just stressed out because it's a lot of eyeballs.
It is.
Yeah.
I will say I did modify its check.
Oh, the rings are all together like that. Instead of separated.
By the way, since none of you have seen this creature before, let alone this method of summoning, everyone besides Juniper gains 5 occult.
You're welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
I
Just
guess
grinding out our occult skill.
as long as your occult is not higher than 80, or is not 80 or higher.
This is so helpful because like occult is a 3 to 1 for me.
Yes, it is. I thought of that too when you were making your characters. Like, how are you going to play an occult technician? I'm very curious.
I'm playing a scientist technician who's learning about the occult, so I was like, this is a fine thing temporarily. Maybe I patch it later.
So you're a summoner of some sort?
I have the know-how. This creature is Agneal. And he is bound to my service.
The mostly transparent eye in the center does not look at anyone in particular. None of the eyes on its rings or fringes look at anyone in particular. But you all gain a strong sense of being watched.
Fun little creature thing.
If he makes...
Are you okay, Professor?
Totally fine.
Oh, by the way, for you specifically, Slug, to keep them in the world, I believe you need to spend 1 key every round.
I read nothing about that.
Yep. Maintaining summoned creatures. Once a creature is summoned, they remain in the world by determined by the key the character spends to do so. In order to maintain the creature's presence in the world, the character must spend 1 key per turn if its level is less than 10, or 2 if it's more than 10. This is automatically paid, so you do not need to accumulate this first.
That's a super standard thing for any key effect that lasts longer than a turn. It usually just like spends 1 or 2. It's why if you're gonna go super hard into key investment and like you realize pretty quick that man, this sucks to accumulate it back, total accumulation is really good. I think it's that one. No, key recovery is really good.
Key recovery,
because it
yeah.
makes it so your key you get a key point every 10 minutes. at every hour.
Hmm.
So it's really handy.
So this is a little bit more than book burning level, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
I look over at I put the blanket back on and then look over at
Benjamin.
my remaining two friends, Alphonse and Benjamin, and with a sort of inquiring thing of like, do you two have any secrets to share, or is it my turn?
He's looking at you, looking at him. It's just
Yeah.
like,
They probably don't have enough notice or search to know that you're looking at them inquisitively through a blanket.
The other thing is, Benjamin's in that thing of like, he knows that something is weird supernaturally about him because he's like, man, I need less sleep and I need less calories. But he also is not like, hey guys, what's up? I have key.
Kind of like ponders there for a second, kind of looks around. I can sometimes see people's spirit, I guess.
Oh,
What does that mean?
I mean, like sometimes when I close my eyes, I can see kind of a different rendition of people, I suppose. You actually have a very interesting one, which is what kind of caught my interest, and he points to our blanketed friend.
He's
No.
pointing at you.
Thinking about user canon.
Now, what skill would it be to know what that's about?
Occult.
Why is everything occult?
Because occult's
it's-
the no supernatural stuff skill.
Yeah.
Man,
Also, I'm just, and as the attention gets shifted away from me, I'm just gonna quietly dismiss Agneil.
Visibly more comfortable the moment it's gone.
could I make an ancient history check as more of like, I knew a person like this? Like, I don't know the details about it, but I know what it is.
Sure, I'll allow you.
I would say
Can I also
it
do,
also looks visibly more comfortable, but also disappointed when Agneil gets dismissed.
Oh, okay. Yes, strangely enough, your ancient history is actually somewhat, I guess, appropriate for this.
Yeah, these people used to be more around.
You knew of some peoples, giantkin specifically, who had a third eye that allowed them to see the supernatural. Though this young man definitely does not have a third eye.
And is definitely not tall. He is 5'8".
Yeah, I like lift the blanket up again and look at you with like an inquisitive look. I'm like, would you happen to know if any of your ancestors were of giantkin?
No.
Perhaps very thin blood?
What does that mean?
Um,
I don't think anybody had like, oh man, I don't even know how far science would be at this moment. How's medicine in this world, Gao?
I mean, like, you can consider it like medicine in the 90s, you know? Like, there's vaccinations, though we're still
people are at
holding
least
chickenpox
aware-
parties.
People are at least aware, like, some people like nick themselves shaving and bleed to death.
Nick themselves shaving and bleed to death?
Yes, we're aware of anemia, Devin.
Anemia.
Yeah, I mean,
hemophilia?
by the 90s, yeah, we had DNA. Like, it was still earlier, but I think we could do DNA sequencing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. The 90s was the start of the Human Genome Project, dog.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'm not a fucking scientist. I don't
I'm
talk
not a
about DNA.
nerd.
Yeah, I talk
Oh,
about fake
no.
vampires all day. I don't look into DNA.
That's a fair
You're a
point.
nerd, just not that type of nerd.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody in my family's anemic.
Well, There, there used to be a certain people, the giant kin. They were much bigger than you are, and they had a third eye on their forehead, which allowed them to see what I think it is you're talking about. Something similar to you.
Oh, thin blood as in like far distant relative, not like his blood is bad.
Yes. Forgive me. I'm not an expert on this sort of thing, but it could be that you once in your family's history long ago there could be a giant kin of this kind, and you through just breeding with more humans and creating human descendants one after another, the blood thinned out, and for you, something occurred to give you more of an atavistic bloodline.
I guess I don't really know.
Well, that's interesting.
Looks over at Sir Cannon. Since you're starting to talk about that subject, you might as well talk about you.
Yes, if everyone's secrets are out there, I'd feel morally obliged to reveal my own hand here. And I take the blanket off. I free myself. I say, speaking of races beyond human, and I just sort of pull my hair back to reveal very pointy ears. I say, I am not one.
Wait, you're not a race that other than human?
Well, I'm not a human. Would it mean anything to anyone here if I were to say I'm a Sylvain?
Do I know?
Would anybody be familiar?
Does anyone have good occult?
Is this a name that's completely unfamiliar? Because I'm like, I have a little bit of a cult that I've got recently, but also like
No, I don't
science.
think that little bit of occult you got recently would tell you about long dead races.
Yeah, but like I
what
could
would you
open roll.
consider a lot of a cult, Cam?
I would say you would probably need more than 80.
Okay, then no.
Any children's stories or nursery rhymes that would mention other
Well,
races?
if he mentions elf, that would be a different story altogether.
Got it.
Would I know that people would think of us as elf rather than Sylvain? Is that like a common thing from long ago too? Or is that just like a...
No, that'd be a lot more modern, and that's something you probably wouldn't be familiar with unless you've been reading a lot of books or the like. I mean, everyone in the room, though, generally speaking, you've seen either like on TV or in some books mention of elves with long ears for a variety of things. They're often more pixie like, more fairy tale. Like on Waynocht, there are the stories of the house elves that look over one's home to ensure that it's tidy and clean before the gifts are given. Otherwise, you'll find coal strewn about your house.
Well, since you all seem mostly unfamiliar, the Sylvain are a people more connected with light and nature and tend to live longer lives than the humans. Though I've lived much longer than most Sylvain as well. There's not many of my kind still in this world.
He says all this, but for many of you, there's at least some reasonable levels of doubt. Not that today is a day to really doubt anyone, but in the back of your mind, someone with pointy ears is not particularly compelling information.
Wait, hold on. So, what about the plant thing? Tell me I'm not crazy and that the shop looks livelier every time you come.
Well, it's not completely unrelated, but rather than my racial characteristics, that's more tied to my position. How familiar would any of you be with old pantheons?
Blinks at GM.
Very little.
Almost none of you would know anything about old pantheons.
I only know the church.
All right. Zirkan sits forward in his beanbag a bit, and he's clearly more excited to talk about this. And he says, "Well, if we're going to get into this, I should probably start with the there were many gods and goddesses well known in my time. But the one that's relevant to our story now would be Raphael, the goddess of nature. You could think of her as the mother of all natural. She was sort of the overseer of it. And there are certain types of people who, when recognized by the gods, can be gifted power in exchange for helping their cause. And once a person of this nature ascends to a certain level, they can grasp a certain sense of divinity for themselves. And my goddess, the one I serve, is a person just such. Her name is Tithoria. She once reached a very high level in the Pantheon's mortal sense. She is often referred to as the retainer to the goddess of nature, and I can be considered the retainer to my goddess Tithoria, though I never quite reached the level of that she was able to, and I have since fallen far. But one of the powers I still retain from my position would be to help that which is natural flourish.
You finish. Juniper's jaw just falls. There's been a demigod at one of the places I work at? Close to it? A demigod?
I was like about to correct you, and then I remember that there was a demigod at the place, and just no one knows about her. And I go, something like that. I'm not at least as grand as you make it out to be, especially in recent times.
Wait, you! As I point to Daisha, how do you two know each other? How are you hiding from us, or are you just what's going on?
Daisha showed you magic
Sure.
right here.
Yeah, but she just happens to be friends with this old ass man.
Well, Daisha showed me quite the kindness. What is it? 3 weeks ago now?
Yeah, it's been about 3 weeks.
Okay, so unrelated, just happenstance. You two are friends.
We're roommates.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Are you his god?
I
You
like
know,
put out a hand of like, careful what you say. I wasn't in this town for long, but I met many people with my inclination to observe and help, and one of those people was Daisha. She helped me when I was in need, not quite understanding the customs around here and struggling a little. And once I discovered her secret that you now all know, I felt it was my obligation to share my own. And since we were sort of companions in this world, in a sense, we decided to stick together, help each other out some more.
There's that. Plus, if I let him walk around knowing I've got the magic, that I have magic, there's a risk he could say it to someone else on accident. So it's also keeping myself safe.
While Zerganon has sit up further into his beanbag, Alphonse has sunk more into this.
Yeah, I just sit back again, fully sinking in.
In the shock and awe and silence of the room, all you can hear is the slow settling of beanbag chairs.
And
Yeah.
the blanket comes back over my head.
Small relief as he was standing fully in your blind spot when you took it off. He wasn't gonna stop you, but
Can I?
well, lots of fun. Not exactly what I expected when I hosted this, I gotta say. Also sad to disappoint that I don't really share any of your abilities or origins.
It doesn't make you any less significant.
He shrugs.
You are the
like,
reason we are here.
Yeah. All I can say is I assume you're all familiar with the fun in the tabloids about me a good month ago.
I am not.
I am.
Oh yeah, are
I
you
saw
okay?
snippets of it.
Oh, I'm fine out of the hospital. Everything's totally good. After that, after I returned, I noticed I felt different. Like, what's a way to put it? I felt stronger, more aware of myself and my position in the world, the universe. Not like some metaphysical, oh, I had a big epiphany in a mental hospital. But, I can't provide proof of it, but on one aspect, I feel more efficient. I need less food and I need less sleep. Significantly less. and I feel more alive. So I can't make darkness or summon creatures. Nothing like that.
The wonders of modern medicine.
One can hope. I mean, my medical care was being in a room for 2 days. So,
When you say you require less food and sleep, how much less?
2 eggs a day is something that's completely fine.
Because this is, though I don't know, I am sure there are many ways that you could go about gaining such attributes. It is a aspect of my race to require much less food and sleep than a human. I believe other races share this trait. Sometimes some of them do.
Well, you
Somebody
know
knows.
specifically, and this is an interesting fact.
Oh.
What you require and maybe some other races require is not anything even supernatural. Your body is just insanely efficient.
Yes. So it is, but I'm sure there are more supernatural ways of going about acquiring such an ability, but it could be that you have just optimized your body in some way to make it more like a non-human, potentially. And I gesture toward the general direction of where I think Alphonse is still sitting. As I like my theory with Alphonse, it could be an ancestor of yours from long ago. Could have been some other race, maybe even a Sylvain or so, and you experience something to push your bloodline toward atavism.
Those of you who have key control, you know that these are aspects of key. Which I believe is Juniper and Dacia. Unless Juniper doesn't have key control yet.
I don't have key control yet.
Oh, so Dacia, you're the only one who knows roughly what probably has happened.
Your body's become more in tune with ki. It's made your body more efficient.
Key.
Oh. Wait, you're saying I could potentially do that?
Anyone can. I believe it's mastery of oneself, if I remember correctly, right, GM?
So what you understand, which we haven't gone over how your character has such a level of key mastery. It's a problem with games like this because players want to make the things, but then they don't understand the repercussions of their choices. That's not a problem for the players necessarily. That's more of a problem for the GM. But more or less, every being has key, has this internal energy. In fact, technically, it's only the expression of this energy that is key. Otherwise, it's just vital energy. And key is the conscious use of this energy.
And that would be to the extent that Dacia knows it.
Roughly speaking, you know that this key can be used when properly focused and concentrated, can be used to enhance the physical body of whomever is controlling it. you understand the process of learning how to control ki. Because first it's all about the general senses and allowing your ki to like flood your body in ways. And then with a sharper level of control given through some oftentimes intense training, it can be more succinctly harnessed into more specific types of powers.
I say all of that.
In your estimation, based on your amount of martial knowledge and the fact that you have... Oh, you don't have ki control either. I thought you did.
Never mind, I know nothing. I thought I did because I thought I
Well-
needed it for the...
Nope, apparently you did not, because it's not marked here. It's fine. You can know this, I suppose. I just thought you had ki control.
You're more classically trained.
Then you know that this could be done, that not necessarily that you've achieved this yet, but in the beginning stages of mastering ki. And this is something that Juniper would know as well, because your master has obviously taught you the basics. That you can use this ki to vitalize your body in different ways, which can enhance its overall effects. But each thing requires certain levels of meditation and focus. Ki has a way of expressing itself differently in different people.
As you like explain the concepts of ki and all that, Benjamin is honestly, he looks just confused the whole time you're explaining it, to the point where you're worried partway through that he's just somehow not following. But once you finish, he's just I've never heard of that. Vaguely the term ki is used in fiction and things, but I don't find myself surprised or I feel like I knew that, but didn't know it truly.
I didn't know it.
I summoned, bound, and then can resummon that creature, or Agneal, through ki.
She just gestures in Juniper's direction, is like, see if there's an example.
Juniper,
Okay.
you would suspect that your master probably has more general knowledge on all this.
Probably.
Maybe it's your potential for ki that's caused you to act the way you do.
Act. I don't know what way you're talking about.
Well, if you're saying it enhanced things, I'm assuming your vision also improved too, so you wouldn't need to dive for glasses in a bush.
Yes,
Well-
perhaps there are some negative side effects as well as I lift up the blanket to look at you.
You don't see him. He's behind your head.
Well, I'm just like looking around back and forth.
I would find it impossible for you to be behind his head if he's looking around so wildly.
I will find a way.
It's not that wild.
If he's gonna start like flipping his head around to like full look at me, I duck behind his chair.
All right, make for me a 120 acrobatics.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's bad.
I
Uh-oh.
thought you said. I thought you said yeah.
I got the agility. I got the athleticism. I'm more athletic. I kickbox.
Yeah, that has nothing to do about evading someone looking at you.
Oh.
Roll
I
me
can
your
dodge
fumble,
a punch,
please.
but not a look.
Yes, because looks are very different than punches, what you would figure.
Looks or hit scan. It is harder.
That's
Yeah, I
true.
guess.
Do you panic and punch him in defense?
I think he's trying to scramble under the table.
Roll me your fumble, please.
I wonder if they had the 15 already.
Oh, they do it
-37.
in reverse? Because they add... No, yeah, negative 19 is what you had.
Yeah.
And what was your fumble? You fumbled with a 1.
I fumbled. I rolled an
It would be
18.
a D100 plus 15, I'm pretty sure. I
Yeah,
don't
that's,
understand.
that's really weird.
I mean, I rolled an 18.
Yeah, so it would just
which
be
is a
like
low
33
critical,
instead.
a low failure. Yeah, so, yeah, he looks at you, and you feel the pain as you lose 5 more sacrificial life points before you're able to dive into cover.
Yeah, he's like under the table, like full scrambled. Like, thankfully there are no chairs to push out of the way.
True.
Dr. Hawthorne, what's going on?
He was acting this way when we first met him, too. Though that time it was a street crossing sign.
I wish to make it clear. He says from under the table. He does his best to sound as serious as possible, though. This does not leave this room, and if I catch any word of this to any gossip rag or whatever, I am going to beat you to death.
Tell me, I could get killed for what if you guys talked about what I just summoned earlier.
Then
To
we're
be
all in a
fair, if
similar
we
boat.
talk. To be fair, I'm sure a gossip column somewhere has said something before we even met you.
I'm just saying that I can expedite the process. But the tales of me raving as I was pulled out of my home, talking about a thing in the sky. I saw something a month ago in my telescope. Something that looked back at me, and I felt it brand itself in my head, my whatever exists about a person outside of just the physical form. I feel more in tune with my body, but I also feel in tune with everything else. The macro and the micro. As above, so below. But on the other hand, that thing that I saw wants to keep looking at me. At night, I can tell you exactly where it is. And sometimes it takes over another thing's eye, and when it looks at me, I feel myself dying. It has currently taken your eye.
Mine?
Your left one.
I try feeling my eye.
You
Try
notice
looking
nothing.
at your left eye.
You notice nothing.
So if his face is covered, you don't see it.
As long as something is breaking the direct line of sight and it can't see me, I won't die.
Do you have enough hair to put in front of your eye?
What was that?
He looks over at Sir Cannon. Do you have enough, like, can you, like, move his hair in front of his eye as a way to break line of sight?
Well, my hair is fairly long. I can try to, like, trying to just pull it over a little, just stay in front of it.
Should we keep an eye patch around, I guess?
It might be useful. But, yes. I
Huh.
quite obviously have told nobody about this because I have a reputation to maintain, a job to maintain, that I find harder and harder each day to actually do. Uh, some of the classes I teach have 100 students in them. 200 individual eyes that could be taken over. It's a risk I don't want to make. And it's insane. It sounds insane. I'm not, though. I have proof, as like the single hand from under the table just points at Juniper.
So, on top of summoning that creature, you also saw what he did?
I summoned the creature the very same night, or bound it to my service the very same night.
Oh, I like it less. He's still under the table.
His eyes covered now.
Pokes his head out tentatively.
As long as the eyes covered, you are not flayed.
Exhales deeply.
Though
Well,
the idea of hair being the only thing separating you and your soul death is not very comforting.
No, not in the slightest.
I'm like holding a hand up, trying to block it.
Sorry, Alphonse, you were saying something?
Oh, he's just gonna try slowly luring him out. Like, come on, come with join the rest of us. Offers Peach.
I think he like
luring him with food.
tentatively comes out, and when he doesn't feel like he's dying, gets into like a beanbag chair, like a cross, and then like he's slumped in it. Like he's been having this like face of, oh, welcome to my home. This man looks fucking ragged in front of you, like a man who, despite saying he doesn't need much sleep, he might not be getting that tiny amount of sleep he needs, as he is full slumped, as if completely exhausted.
Also, many of you can see he is visually pale.
Yeah. I have currently 82 life points out of 100.
Ooh.
Wait, how are you missing a non-multiple of 5 or 10?
Don't I get one a day? That's what you told me.
No, you get five sacrifice life per day.
Oh, okay. And
But
I
it's
should have.
max 5 sacrifice life per day.
And it
and
was a week since I was in the car.
Yeah, no, today alone you have, I think, taken 15 damage.
Yes, that's the other problem. Oh,
When
yeah, all right, I
was
have
the
85.
last time you slept, Professor?
2 nights ago.
You're looking pretty rough.
I feel rough.
What type of classes do you teach at where you're doing that?
Astrophysics.
He has quite a few books on the subject.
Oh,
I'm gonna be
Yes,
honest,
but I've been
only,
told only a few are good.
yeah, only 2 are really good.
I don't know why people keep saying that. They're all good.
which two?
That's the other thing. I've heard this so many times. Everyone has a different 2.
I liked the 3 I read. Drugs.
Well, I'm not an expert on that sort of thing. If it's a nature-based problem, I might be able to help, but this seems a bit outside of my skills.
Is it I guess it depends if you're God. Which, I mean, he says it both in the way of, like, he believes you believe that. He's just, until he sees objective proof, he's going to be a little skeptical.
Yeah. It doesn't help that he's very low magic.
Yeah. Unless your god counts celestial objects as nature, which, hey, if she can fix the struggle of sleeping, as you can directly feel and sense something orbiting, is he like his fingers in the air making a wide circle like above his head, trying to find an entry point to look at you, then I don't know.
Do you feel that way during the day?
No. There's too much light pollution in general. It's the illumination of the sun is something that does make it difficult to actually peer in, and vice versa. And that's, he looks like he's cutting himself off from going on a actual astrophysics like math rant.
Well, you said you don't have to sleep as long as a human normally would. Why not just take a nap during the daytime and stay up at night when you feel less comfortable?
Then my fear is someone walking in on me, and I don't notice my soul being rendered. Or any other such permutation, or the fact that I need to have a public life in some regard.
Even though you lock your door and can cover the windows?
You have a bodyguard.
A bodyguard that's eyes could be taken over without them knowing.
Don't let him be in the room while you're sleeping. I mean, how many hours do you need?
I don't know, an hour?
You could sleep from like 6 to 7 a.m.
Other times I try to sleep and the mind's too busy. I distract myself more often than not. I don't find myself enjoying the quiet moments with your own thoughts. So, there's many different reasons why sleep is troubling.
Also,
You don't
that's
have a
only-
record player?
I mean, I do, but just falling asleep to music, no.
Also, the 6-7 is only really seasonal.
Shut up, Devin. I hate that I caught that.
I caught it.
I mean, my mind shorted because I heard 6-7.
But that is also true. The 6 to 7 sleeping would only be seasonal. Or, yeah.
Why not sleep with the lights on?
We can optimize my sleep another day. There are
I mean,
many.
that was the reason. That was the reason for my house call, was to check on your potential curse.
Is this a curse?
It could be. I would need to look into it further. I'm also trying to deal with my own problems, so perhaps we can work on both. Did you curse any supernatural being when you were writing?
None more than unless there's a god that really deeply doesn't like the idea of looking at the heavens.
I'm afraid I'm not an expert on the gods. I'd have to do research.
I look towards their cannon.
To be quite frank, I'm not much of a religious scholar myself. I could tell you about my own goddess, but even the Raphael Beryl, the goddess of nature, is not my focus.
Not even
Barrel?
a name. Maybe
I know
these ones
some
something.
names. Cam, what skill do I need to know gods?
You're gonna hate this. It's a
Don't
cult.
you dare.
Can ancient history it?
Nope.
Damn it.
I have 5 occult. I have 10 occult.
You know, funny
Can
enough,
I
one of the
continue?
specialties in the book is occult religion, by the way.
Give you an
Is
easy,
it a
sweet
skill?
plus 40 to religious stuff. Minus
It
30
is
to everything else.
tempting. Everyone else is doing occult stuff. I can do it. I can do it. I can specialize.
All right, specialization.
What the heck is happening? Why does it keep doing this?
What's doing what?
Every time I was trying to add a custom skill to put occult religion in, but then it kept taking me up to the movement saying I can't have less than 0 in the thing. When
Oh,
temp was the only thing I could find in the movement section to have less than 0. And now it's not letting me.
I wonder. I'm gonna look at the core exit book because it might actually explain specializations. It does. Devin does appear to be right. It looks like it's plus 40 minus 40.
Alrighty. Then can I make an occult religion roll?
It depends. Well, yes, you would need to, since I'm sure, despite the bonus, you don't hit 80, right?
No, I have 50.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm good at what I specialize in.
You know, in the core exit, it does not fix this either. That's really silly. All right, and what was the question?
I guess just like any gods that might have something to do with like space or the sky, nighttime,
There
could line up with this eyeball in the sky.
due to your proximity to Alan, I'll state specifically that the gods are not like physical beings. They don't exist in the same way that everything else exists. They have a hyper reality. They exist everywhere all at once. So a god's eye in the sky sounds a little dubious, but the gods have been known to do strange things. I do think, yes, though this may be the works of Erebus, who is essentially like the god of nightmares.
Yeah.
He's a very esoteric and strange god. He's known as Lord of the Shadows, and he is the incarnation of the occult, supernatural, and fear.
Yes. Well, if you're looking for something like a deity that lives in the sky and looks down on the world. They're sort of, in a way that most people would understand, they're more like a force of nature in a way where, like, for example, Raphael Barrel is not a person or being, but is nature. There could be certain gods are known to interact with the world in strange ways. For example, Anubrius, Erebus, the god of nightmares, could do something similar to this, where they rule over sort of the occult and supernatural and fear.
Could be. Since that night, I've found myself not even through the worry of what would happen if I was under it, but the night sky itself is something I find deeply terrifying now. And I find sleep troubling, even the little that I can get. I don't think I'm plagued with nightmares, but I am certainly incredibly reluctant to get sleep.
Well, if there's no better option, I think looking into Erebus and their domains and past actions might lead to something. At the very least, we can look into it to rule out that option, but it does seem in line with their domains and previous history. At least in small ways.
Alphonse raises his hand.
Yes?
What's a barrel?
Beryl?
Yeah.
Well, it's the last name of the goddess of nature, but I believe there is a gemstone named Beryl.
It's not the last name of the goddess of nature.
What?
Nope.
That's their pantheon. That's their pantheon.
In the book, it had Raphael Beryl.
No, it
Is that
has
two different
Raphael line and then burial. The burial are the gods of good, and the Shahad are the gods of evil. Though good and evil
Wasn't
is
there
not
an entirely different name for those?
No.
Well, then, barrels are the good gods from our perspectives, at least.
Oh.
You could see them as sort of separate pantheons.
What would be the bad gods then?
Those are the word that was just said to me.
The Shahad.
Shahad.
Okay. Sorry, it's still a lot of new stuff.
Yes, this is not widespread knowledge in this day and age.
Well, so the interesting thing is, at least for the burial, almost everyone is roughly familiar with their names. They are some of God's angels.
How is that one spelled?
Which one?
Beryl.
Okay, it's not the one.
Burial.
Yeah, really, you said Raphael.
Yes.
That's just an angel in the church.
Do I know about that?
No.
That's
But it would be interesting if you were to ask their names.
yes. That is. Are the angels? Do they sort of represent certain things? What are the angels in the church that you're referring to?
I can say the angels. My mom makes me go once a week, but I can't tell you further. And then I'll just say the name of the major angels.
Anyone here a nerd who knows the names of the archangels?
Fuck.
Ah,
Is
Maybe.
Gabriel, Michael,
Ezekiel?
It's
Ezekiel is a
Mikael.
Oh,
It's
character.
not
you
Michael.
mean those?
Uriel.
It is Uriel.
Raphael is definitely one of them.
Raphael is
Michael,
definitely one of them. Mikael.
Gabriel.
Gabriel, yeah.
Azazel.
That one's traditionally a demon name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Azrael is one of the angels.
Yeah,
That's what I
also a
was
Batman
thinking, yeah.
character. Yeah, like the big three is Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. Like those are usually the big
Yeah.
three. And then
Uriel's up there.
Yeah, I know there's 4 big archangels. I watched Supernatural.
I mean, in like traditional where they appear in the Bible, there's the 3 big ones that then like more have been added because it's the thing of angel and demon names are oftentimes repurposed from other things, which I find funny because burial is a gemstone thing described that is
Yeah.
also in the Bible. Like it's actually a material described by Ezekiel, who's the big thing with Ezekiel was that he witnessed these angels. In like the story, that's where he saw like the thrones and like the chariot of fire coming down at him, and that was the description of like a material for the angels.
And then there's 2 more that are a little bit less known. There's Barakiel, and then there's Edamael.
And I would recognize all of these names as gods.
These are the burials that you know of. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you all would know them as such.
It's almost like the church co-opted them to hide their
Yeah,
true origins.
I'm very clearly so conflicted about this. I'm like, these angels that you speak of, as long as they share more than just a name with the barrel, they are known to be full gods with their own domains and specialties, followers of their own.
Upon learning this, go ahead and add 5 to your occult religion there, Zircanon.
Woo.
You're telling me I have been going to church once a week for years, practically against my will, to be told it's all lies? Well, not all lies, but lies.
Well, to be fair, I am not too knowledgeable on your church's teachings.
I mean, it could also just be like coincidental.
Are you sure? You really want to say that they just happen to have the same exact names?
I mean, there's some weird things in human history where things have been called similar things or similar ideas. It starts like going on a tangent.
To give the benefit of the doubt, there have been times where there's been a language barrier with me. Perhaps it's just the words can mean certain things and I'm not translating them accurately for myself.
I mean, it's also possible that the church took in the names. No religion is ever free of not taking on things as its own.
Yes. I I can't say I'm thrilled at the prospects of the gods being demeaned in such a way.
So
Are there
you're,
things
so you're
like
not a.
angels in your?
Good.
Nope, you first.
Oh, I was gonna say, so you're not a big believer in Abel Christ?
Who?
Well, Abel, yes,
I do know
but
that one.
it's the one true God. Because Abel's Jesus, so.
I guess that's fair.
I mean, if Anima's got the Godhead, it's the same entity.
Yeah, it is. But Abel shouldn't be deified in the same way that the one true God would be. Just like how we don't necessarily deify we don't say Jesus has got a plan for us or anything like that. We say God's got a plan for us.
He do be taking the wheel, though.
Centuries of Catholic discourse would be fuming right now.
But that's a God's plan. Jesus is just acting it.
It depends what denomination you go with.
The right one.
Yeah, if you go with the right one, whichever you can fill in the blank, whichever one that is.
The true religion.
Out of the hundreds and hundreds. I've read too many old dissertations of explaining, no guys, get it, like it's three entities, but it's also one singular entity. Like Jesus is God, and then vice versa. And then others that are like, that's polytheism though. That's heretical.
We all know the true one is the World of Darkness books.
True.
True, which also, well,
Don't get him started. Don't get him started. We'll be here for too long.
This is not his channel. Do not let him start speaking.
If we
So the
let
fun thing
Alex
about
start talking
Jesus-
about Vampire the Masquerade, we might increase our occult skill more.
I mean, I was going to talk about werewolf because that's where Jesus pops up.
Good enough. Everything
there
falls under occult.
Are there creatures like angels in your belief system?
Well, there are servants. There are people like the one I serve is, and myself in a sense. If you follow a god's teachings well enough, you can be recognized and granted power from that god. And if you soon reach a certain level, I suppose it's not too different from your concept of angels and the like.
I will say, and again, this is the hard part about trying to play a character who's super knowledgeable, who isn't really. The gods do have more direct agents. In fact, your
apostles out there.
No, well, kind of. That's more what Alon is. But there probably are angel-like entities out there. Not that you would know too much about that.
Yes,
but not all agents of the gods are mortal.
Yeah. And obviously the gods themselves have more power than I'm aware, and they do have options, I'm sure, from other avenues for agents, and there are legends of powerful beings under gods. Though again, I'm not too scholarly in this field, and to be quite honest, I do have a lot of knowledge from the past, but my mind is somewhat muddled in recent days since losing many of my abilities.
Is that related to you needing some of magic to maintain yourself?
Yes, that started very recently when my strength reached its current all-time low.
Well, it seems like we all have things we wish to look into. There's no point making enemies out of each other, so why don't we all work together? We have areas of strengths that could benefit each of us. The professor is obviously in need of assistance figuring out what's the root cause of all this. Maybe also assisting in teaching a class or something. I don't know, are you wishing to delve more into summoning as she motions to you, Juniper?
Honestly, what I want the most is the city to survive. I feel things just feel bad. My pumpkin spice latte was 20 copper pieces the other day. 20.
I hiked up the price already?
Yes.
And that's a lot.
Yes.
He
From what it
looks
used to
he
be,
looks
it used
like
to be
man.
5.
Is that a lot?
Okay, I can understand him asking if it's a lot. You know money, okay? It's a lot.
I pull out like a handful of coins from my pocket and start counting to get an idea for what that means.
So a silver piece is effectively $20. 20 copper is 2 silver pieces, or 2 silver crown. So you paid $40 for a pumpkin spice latte.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's a bad economic position.
So things are looking bad.
They are. But
The city.
But at the same time, with our no, you first.
Okay. The city came together for me so I could continue my life as normal as possible. I want to repay that. I want to see this city live. I want to see it thrive. I want you guys to help me. Of course, in return, I will help you in whatever way I can with your various individual projects. But I want this city to live.
Well, I definitely hope that no one will have to struggle too much or go through such hardship.
What makes you think the city's gonna die?
The Wild March? The messaging on that.
Did you miss the parade where they were celebrating their own demise?
Apocalyptic belief like that is often a fun calling card for troubled times. It's a way to cope with it. It's been done multiple times in history.
Stuff is a little tighter, yeah, but I don't know if I would call it the end times necessarily.
The Wild March.
He could believe that the Empire is going to do something about it.
I'm well aware, Cameron. Thank you.
Well, you were just making it sound like it was supposed to be a super obvious thing he's supposed to know.
He's not allowed to think that.
Maybe because it's super obvious to my character anyways.
But is it?
Regardless of how we view something to help the community, if aid is on the way, we still need something in the interim to get people by. until such time that aid can show up. Because if the lower morale gets, the less the city's going to be inclined to be grateful when their aid arrives.
And hopefully whatever happens wouldn't take too long, because at the very least, I could see in maybe a month or two's time, things will end up fine if the Empire itself does something. But that meantime might be rough. Logistics being the way they are, traveling outside of cities is just deadly. I would hope that the Empire has the methods to do so. But keeping more tapped into, I guess, the local politics of everything, making sure things aren't collapsing. It's a start, at least. I don't know, worst comes to worst, maybe there's a charity I can donate to. But I will agree, because if I can get any aid for figuring out exactly what I saw, and all more, just there's obviously a lot of hidden information about this world that we're in, things that have been hidden from us, and I've never been a fan of the unknown staring me in the face and not being able to explain it.
I'm happy to help all of you and the city as a whole. I hope that we can make a positive difference together.
And I mean, I don't mind helping. I just didn't know it was as dire as people were saying.
Did the Wild March have a huge effect on this town other than just like commerce stuff, like isolating it?
Well, yes, predominantly because of the factory workers and the mining operations. Deluxe's predominant feature is its export of precious materials and, I guess, luxury goods. Considering...
Deluxe didn't have that many farms, did it?
Sorry?
Did Deluxe have any farmland around it?
Deluxe does have some minor agricultural aspects. Most cities do, to have some kind of, supplemental force. And Deluxe is in a pretty decent location for farming as well. So that's probably like one of their more tertiary exports is food as well. Which, yeah, the farmlands have mostly been taken up as well. And inside the city walls, there's very small, choice crops being grown in some locations. Because I should make mention, these cities are like the size of like a tri-state area. Or a tri-city area, where you have... Many of these cities are spanning upwards of 50 miles across.
Yes, and as someone who, until just recently, lived my life outside of the cities, it is getting quite hostile out there. More so than usual.
Here's a really good example of the general state of the situation. Imagine Australia lost all of its exporting and importing potential right now, current day.
Devin over here looking up, is Australia a big exporter?
No.
They're a very big importer, that's for sure. They don't have a lot of crops growth in Australia. They do have some, but not a lot.
I think the biggest export Australia does is like beef.
But because of international trade, at the current population size for Australia, if you cut everything off, it would start getting real bad in a few months' time. Not like everyone starves in 3 months, but like people will start starving in 3 months.
Yeah.
And then if you try to get in a boat to leave Australia to get something, the water is filled with a bunch of boat-eating sharks. The size of like sperm whales.
Yeah, that is how Australia is. At least it's safer than on land, am I right?
Yeah. They're not people
That
eating
depends.
sharks, they're just boat eating sharks.
True.
Don't have a fear of spiders in Australia as well, because it rains spiders.
It rains monsters there, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
We also can't forget the Great Emu War of 1932.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I was saying, imagine one of my analogies earlier I was thinking of is imagine the emo problem of Australia, but they were blocking all the exports and imports.
Yeah, I looked it up to see if maybe the emu war actually caused something like that. It wasn't as severe.
No, it was one truck with a one machine gun on the back that just couldn't pierce the emu hides.
Well, like, and the reason the emus were a problem was because they were directly fucking up the farms because they were just
Yeah.
like, ooh, let me eat everything.
They ended up going with a bounty system and having bounty hunters just kill them all.
Yeah, it turns out if you just kind of offer people a tax incentive to do something, turns out the problem will get solved pretty fucking quick.
But like,
Unless you're in some countries where they're like, hey, get rid of these snakes, and people go, let's breed these snakes, and then you have more snakes.
You gotta offer to pay them per dead thing. I know that's a thing with tigerfish. That's the one with the big red spines.
Lionfish.
Lionfish.
Yeah.
That's the thing with them too.
They're so invasive.
It is
Yeah.
a fun analogy, but like, yeah, imagine Australia cut off from all shipping, and the emus are like maybe 30 feet tall.
but I mean, like the reason why I was thinking the emu thing is because from the general citizen's perspective, yeah, sure, there's like these rhino things running around that could gore people, but our side has machine guns. So how scared am I really? There's just a lot of animals. The problem might be a question more of bullets than it is anything else. Even though you knew if you went out of the walls, you were likely to get mauled. It's like walking across the Sahara, you know? Like, it's kind of dangerous. But to think that the American government couldn't handle the wildlife of the Sahara Desert, or the Sahara, plains or whatever. Savannah, that's one thing, not Sahara. The Savannah. It's just the situation, like, it's a problem because things are cut off for now. We're hoping things get fixed soon, because otherwise the empire is like, the reason why these cities have grown to the size they are is because the empire interconnected all the cities so that their exports and imports could help each other grow. Some need resources, some need food, all this kind of stuff. But that's all been cut off. And so in a year's time, it's not like there will be no food, but a loaf of bread is going to cost like upwards of $10. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around because it's not like standard fantasy. The world's ending, the monsters are going to come and eat us all if we don't do anything.
Yeah.
But it is if we don't do anything in a year or two's time, the population is likely to be reduced by 50% or more. And that's not even talking about societal collapse, which will probably amp those numbers up. Now I think is a really good time to take a 10-15 minute break.
Sure, I gotta feed the dog.
So let's go ahead and take a 10-15 minute break, and then we'll be right back. All right, we're live. So you've all agreed to help each other.
Yeah.
That we have.
Well, if we're done for the most part, I think I need a smoke break. Are you okay if I just smoke outside, Professor?
It's fine. It's not like I have any windows. Yeah, that is the fun thing if you guys paid attention to the house. It has no windows.
Isn't that kind of bad for the flow of air?
Yeah.
It's been so stuffy in this room the entire time.
I've started marking some of my doors with X's. Don't go in those rooms.
Yeah, like what do you want me to do? Die?
Is that why you had the door open?
It's a safe neighborhood. I can leave it open.
Here's a robbery in progress down the street.
There's a reason there's so many mismatched chairs in so many rooms.
That's a very, very loud robbery. If his driveway takes a minute to drive down, we can hear it all the way from here.
They're using machine guns.
Yeah. I would like to go around my home, even if it's night. I'd like to be able to live. But,
It's a very reasonable thing to want, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm not keeping any of you. So if you all wish to make your way for the rest of the day, be my guest. To be honest, my plan was to read that magic book. Magic, air quotes, if it's not written by a practitioner, but at least that was the Wake you called it, correct?
Yes.
So that's something to land on, which means I have something to look out for.
I will say, not magic practitioner, but it feels like they're almost on the cusp.
Or maybe it's recorded secondhand. There's a lot of writing that is that. It's either it's transcription, but like from memory of someone else, or you're teaching a subject from the perspective that you are a different person. It's strange.
Whatever it is, unfortunately, I don't have time to look at it at the moment. There is something I do need to do today, but did we want to plan to meet up any other time, or do we just want to spontaneously call each other?
I mean, if something comes up.
Alright.
If any of you catch or find a location to buy even legitimate magical books or education, please tell me. And vice versa, I'll keep an eye out with my own resources on subjects that interest you all.
I don't know about places to buy books. Mainly because I don't have that kind of cash on me.
I don't need to buy them, if that's a problem.
Well, the problem is if they're hidden, people are going to want some sort of compensation.
Yeah, usually do.
Money's the first one to go, and not all of us are fortunate to be wealthy.
Sometimes you just don't pay for it anyways, but I get your point. If we catch anything legitimate, we'll let each other know. Alphonse, if you have a scholarly interest, not kicking you out of the home, I do have a personal library.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to check it out.
Alrighty. And I'm sure if we can come up with an idea to help the city, Juniper will reach out.
Well, I actually have that thought, but it would require, Sir Cannon. But how often you have visited? I assume you are particularly proficient with growing crops?
I like to think myself quite adept at it, but not nearly as
You
much as in my heyday. But I'm still good enough.
And
Why don't
Dr.
you
Ho-
come with us then?
well,
We can show you his handiwork.
actually, Dr. Hawthorne,
Hmm.
how big would you say your property is?
Ah,
Are you using all of it? Because what I'm thinking is convert whatever you're not using, whatever you're willing to give us, to lease the farmland. And with Sir Cannon's abilities here, I guess we could fast grow some crops.
Zirkanen
then
cannot grow things faster.
It's faster, but it's like it's not like supernaturally faster. It's like if you walked out and went, oh, that went pretty fast.
Explain that to me in character.
So his fertility cloak, and I figured this might be a misconception. What it does is it maxes out the vitality of plants and animals in his proximity.
Then let him explain that to me in character.
Well, I also figured I needed to mention it so that he knew specifically.
Then why does it say it like?
Yeah, it says it intensifies the growth and expansion, but it does not say accelerates.
They're just really big peaches.
Yeah,
That would
I said
probably
they
be
were
the
very
thing. Plants he
Yeah.
grows would yield max results.
good. I mean, I don't know what you're planning.
Well, she just
Do it
said
all-
you could super grow or quickly grow plants.
I can
Being able-
help plants
I just-
grow as much as a nature focused individual, but everything has a natural cycle. There's things will grow and bloom in fall and fruit in winter or fruit in spring or whenever they are meant to.
I maybe have misunderstood.
Though
But-
I like reach to point out the peaches and tomatoes and stuff I brought and go there. I can make them reach their full potential though.
So, I'm looking to just create a food bank of some sorts and more community-based sort of thing. And, Dr. Hawthorne, it would be good PR. It's grown right on your land. If you are just donating it to the public.
oh, don't get me wrong. I immediately thought of that and planned to use that. I have a lot of land that, to be completely honest with you, I pay another person to take care of. So, I don't go out there like, so have at it, have fun. As long as I don't know, like I have a back porch that I won't use, but go wild.
All right. I will say you should make plans about how to lay this out so that if it's a community garden as you're suggesting, it won't increase the amount of people coming through here so significantly that it exacerbates Sir Benjamin's condition.
Yeah, yes, of course. I just getting some groundwork, getting permissions first. Oh, do I have to go through the city to get permits for this?
I've been growing
I mean, there's a
plants
good
at our
chance.
apartment without any particular paperwork.
But that's
Well, that's
in
a living space.
yeah, this I don't know. Well, I'll look into it. I'll look into it.
There's probably a fee or two behind that, huh? He like digs around in his pocket. Here, 2 gold.
What? Huh?
I don't know, legal fees, permit things. Like I draw the line in the sand of people coming into my home. That I will not allow. But if there's like an easier way, especially if you just, I don't know, I can tell the gardener maybe just make a little path that's not my main driveway. That can get you some materials and the like.
Okay. No one will come into your home. I promise that. If anyone does, we'll make sure they are banned. But okay. Just gives a thumbs up.
Oh man, being rich rules. Just give out this money and not care about it.
You go in. I love Slug going. Yeah, I spent so much money. I spent $40 on a latte, and the two of us going. Is that a lot for completely different reasons?
I haven't gone shopping in years, dog. I don't know how much something costs.
All right. It's a good time meeting with all of you.
And you as well.
Pleasure meeting you.
Yes, lovely all around.
Is your bodyguard okay? They've been gone in a really long time.
We hear a
Shrugs.
toilet flush.
Toilet flush, dragging in 2 more beanbags. Why do I have so many of those? Did they come with the
Aren't you the one
house?
that purchased them?
No.
I'm gonna be honest, not to. I don't mean this in a bad way, but it does fit your vibe having beanbags instead of chairs.
What, like the fun professor? Like, you can talk in my class.
Yeah, like if I walked into your class and didn't see it and just saw all beanbags, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's regulation things. It's always
So
the
you
most
were-
uncomfortable.
If you were about to talk to a student and you dragged up a chair, how would you sit in it?
I definitely wouldn't sit in it reverse. Largely because that sounds like a great way to rip my slacks. But what? I can be cool, hip, and relatable to the teens. Crosses his arms.
Bends his torso 45 degrees.
I learned this from a cool rat at a child casino.
What?
Avantris, that's not canon. I didn't make
Yeah.
Are you sure that you're not crazy?
That is my favorite Avantris quote of like, I learned how to relate to kids from a cool rat at a child casino.
The kids
That is a pretty funny
present.
one.
The kids seemed present, so...
Okay, well, with that, you all go your own ways.
I had one more thing,
Sure.
but it involves everybody else leaving first. But as everybody like begins to go, he kind of like stays behind to show interest in the library, but then like turns to the professor and goes, "Did all that actually just happen?"
Yes. Yes, it did. If this happened to me a month ago, I wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still interested in everything, but that was I was not expecting so much so fast, you know?
I feel the same. It is a terrifying prospect when the world opens up in front of you.
He's about to ask you how to handle it, but kind of like thinks on a whole bunch of stuff. And his mouth
You're gonna ask
closes.
the man who clearly cannot fucking handle it, has not been handling it well.
I guess you seem particularly surprised by some of it. Do you have any thoughts?
It's a struggle. I am more willing to believe that there are things that cannot be explained. I prefer evidence and proof in front of me. Because there was no way to produce darkness from cutting your hand. There was no sleight of hand that could have been achieved. I know my kitchen. That is an effect that is something. Is it fully magic? Is it a strange technology? Is it a, I don't know, ritual hallucinogen that was laced in the room? Who knows?
The peaches.
A theory. I'm not a chemist. I couldn't test for that. But if you eat a peach and within, 30 minutes? If you have a major hallucination in 30 minutes, then that proves that. I can tell you, I didn't eat a peach, though. And I saw it.
Yeah. I also don't think you would do that to people.
No. So, magic is at least a thing. Unless that weird angelic creature is a toy or a recreation of some form. That is something. And at least it didn't communicate, didn't do anything major. But at least Juniper is able to produce something from nothing. The only thing I'm doubtful of is the stories of ancient gods and Sylvain. But I am inclined to believe it because everything else.
Yeah, it was a lot. Also, I don't think they could have hid that creature inside their chair at all.
No, not quite a rabbit in a hat. Just based on the things I read, it's not the most surprising to see that typical magic, as things are classified often, is really just one's own will imposed on the world. And this ranges from the stories of throwing around fireballs and slaying dragons to what is essentially manifestation of believing something to happen and setting a goal, and because you've set such goal, the universe, quote unquote, makes it happen. Overall, it's a very, very basic overview of what chaos magic is. Doing an actual full effect is new and not something I've read about in nonfiction. But that means there's rules to all of this. There's rules and there's ways to explain it.
I guess we'll just have to learn more.
That's my thought. I can't say I have a lot of magic tomes in my library, but essentially all the subjects the university covers, and then random things I have found and or borrowed over recent months.
Like actually borrowed, or
Sometimes my colleagues don't leave their doors locked.
I see. All right. Well, I should probably give you proper way to find me. I mean, we go to the same university, so I guess I could just give you like a class list. That's where I spend a lot of my time.
I mean, yeah, what are you studying?
Just the general stuff. I don't really know what I want to pursue quite yet, though. Languages has been kind of cool, though.
Of course. And how many years have you been in college?
At this point, 2.
I think as a professor, 1 second. Doing this to myself. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he doesn't look immediately concerned when you say that.
Oh,
Oh yeah, someone who hasn't picked a major in 2 years of college. Just him being like, uh-oh. Well, I mean, that's a perfectly fine route, linguistics or any form of that. Of course, if you're around me, I'm going to push you towards any form of astronomy or astrophysics. There's also methods of anthropology that might have crossovers with that.
The school
So-
does have quite a robust anthropological department. Fun fact.
He does sneer slightly when he says anthropology.
Though, yeah, I guess you would be the best person than any at this point. Do you recognize any of these? And he starts pulling papers out of his bag. I've been trying to kind of find stuff that are similar to this, but bookstores and libraries haven't been any help so far.
Okay. I'll
It
give him a
is
look.
scribblings of like each paper or each set of papers he pulls out is a different set of just by looking at it, they're very different sets of linguistic rules and the like. None of them are of today's languages.
Could I roll maybe some science as I look through this? That's an academic skill.
To do what?
Mainly, if he's going to look at this, the first thing he's going to look at is are all of these pages like the same, or is it what it could essentially be like the Rosetta Stone?
History would be your better bet.
Not good at that. No, I can't say that I recognize it. I don't frequent the anthropology department.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just an it. There's, if I'm counting correctly, there should be 6 languages here.
6 languages that are lost, and based on the conditions of this, the fact you're handing it to me, it's in good condition. So where did it come from?
Kind of a secret room in my family's house.
My first
Doesn't
reaction
seem like
was
anybody has been there for years, to be honest.
another situation where if you told me this maybe a month prior, I'd think you were lying to me. But I'm inclined to believe, and that is strange. Have you spoken to any faculty about this?
No, I was trying to see what I could glean on my own, but it's honestly not come up with a lot.
Because I will say, I've thrown a little shade. I'm not a fan, and I'm not friends with the head of the anthropology department. To be honest, I think he's a pompous asshole. But he's a very smart man, I'm remiss to admit. I would, if anything, find a way to get a good recreation of that. Oh, it's the 90s. Fucking printers exist. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would make copies of that and ask about it. Maybe come up with a story that isn't, I found it in a secret room in my house. Come up with a story where he's not going to immediately think you're playing a prank on him, because he is a smart man and he's done a lot of work with the developing histories of people, especially languages that we've slowly been able to rediscover. He might have something, or he can maybe work on what they're trying to say. That's his wheelhouse, not mine.
Yeah, I guess I could do that. This won't get me in trouble, will it?
I don't see why it would.
I suppose that's fair.
I wouldn't go around flaunting that, to be honest. And that's why I'm saying recreate it, put it somewhere safe. Anything you show a person, don't have it be the original. That's just for personal safety.
Oh, he looks at the papers you have sheepishly.
Well, I mean, if it's something legitimate, someone could try to steal it. Or if it's something dangerous, someone could try to destroy it, and then you'd be off without the originals, and there goes your search.
I guess that's fair. Is there a lot of people who wouldn't want to help spread knowledge?
The fact it's hidden, and the fact that we just learned that some ancient history of gods and pantheons might have been rewritten by the church, maybe. But also, I think it's just better safe than sorry. Sometimes it pays to be a little paranoid.
Okay. I'll try to make copies tomorrow then.
Yeah.
But I would be interested to see your library at some point. For sure.
Yeah, whenever you come by.
Alright. Well, thank you, Dr. Hawthorne. He extends a hand out.
Hey, I'll shake it. It's a surprisingly firm grip.
I hope your night goes well. Or is more restful.
I hope so too.
And, he'll depart.
Okay. So, time passes. What are y'all doing over the course of the next week?
Coming up with a lie. It's a good lie.
Well, while he's coming up with a good lie, what's everyone else doing?
I want to look into local laws regarding agriculture on one's property. And then, if I have good answers, look into how to start a farm.
Okay. Sure. If you go down to like the local records office is kind of a weird term in a mega city idea. In your quadrants or whatever the city uses, which I actually don't think Luxday uses, or Deluxe uses quadrants. It probably just has like, I'll have to think about that some more. It's probably just less rigid and more like, oh yeah, this is the... It probably uses some type of districts that are kind of ambiguous. But your local district, when it comes to the regulations, it depends on a number of factors. Acreage that is being used for farming, what that farming is intended for, like is it commercial, is it private, what you're intending on growing, and what is required to grow those plants, aka what types of pesticides or chemicals are you using for growth. Fortunately, you feel very strongly that you won't need pesticides, so that actually makes things a bit easier. But for Juniper's intents, how extensive do you want this farming process to be? Are you looking for like cattle? Is it just, like planter beds with vegetables and fruit growing out of them?
Yes, plants and trees. No animals.
Trees are probably not a very good choice because most fruit-bearing trees wouldn't yield sufficient amounts of fruit for several years.
That's fair.
As someone who grew up in the apple capital of the world, I know this. when new apple crops get put in, they don't yield for like 15 years.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually was super curious. I looked up what is the fastest growing crop. Like what, and like all the times are like it's gonna take a month. Yeah. I mean, arugula is gonna be your friend. That's like 20 to 40 days.
So
Also, radishes.
here is a thing. I was looking this up earlier too because you were talking about it as well. Because it's the height of fall that you're planting this, you're looking at predominantly winter crops, which are going to be leafy greens, lettuces, kale, all that kind of stuff. Or I'm assuming you're looking for most calories you can manage.
And long shelf life. I need a good ratio.
Survival crops, yeah, in general, are a combination of calories and shelf life.
Okay.
You're looking at a lot of root vegetables, tubers, and stuff like that. Lots of like radishes, onions,
Potatoes.
turnips, potatoes.
Answer Canada. This is all great advice.
Yeah. If you call me up about it, I could tell you.
I definitely would.
I mean, you work in a plant shop as
Also-
well, so I'm sure you have some
That's also
cursory
true.
knowledge.
It also sort of depends on like what the variety we have access to is, because like for stuff like for most types of plants, there are different like species of it. Like potatoes have like 3 different like part times of the year that they are good for growing, depending on what type of potato.
I mean, wheat is also a very handy thing for a reason. There's some fun stuff I've like
Not for
researched,
winter.
look into, where the real technological development of a lot of locations on Earth are because how many of their local plants are easy to maintain and process. Wheat and rice, W, which is 2
Yep.
of the best for that.
Potatoes.
Potatoes are great. Like it takes little effort. It's hard to grow wheat wrong, and then it's really easy to process after.
Well,
Yeah,
so
there's a reason there are like fields of wild wheat.
yeah, the only problem with wheat in this situation is it requires like tons of acreage to produce a like usable amount of wheat.
Yeah, and then you gotta have a mill for it to like process it. I'm sure we could find something, but
I mean, we get 2 big stones and a cow. We can make something.
Your best bet is mostly going to be probably like survival crops, which are
True.
again typically like tubers, root veggies, all that kind of stuff. Especially because most of them hold pretty well after being harvested. Considering your needs and aims, there's actually not a lot except for the amount of food. So the city does have regulations based on like quantity, because of course farmers and commercial growers don't want people growing a lot of food so that they can undercut their markets. So people are only permitted to grow so much. Now for a normal homestead, that's not actually a big problem. The maximum amount you could grow would be more than most properties could sustain anyway. Though on Rich Man Lane, our Dr. Hawthorne here has a pretty good amount of property. I'd probably say probably close to like 15 acres.
and that's a small farm.
And like I gave you 2 gold. What, you could build a little greenhouse maybe? How much does a greenhouse cost?
Not 2 gold.
A proper one is quite a bit.
Like
Yeah.
3 gold?
Well, 2 gold is $4,000. I'm sure you could grow a decent green, or you could create a well, it depends on the size of the greenhouse as well. but you don't really need a greenhouse if you're planning on going survival crops. The biggest part is quantity. We'll cut back to that. So if you are looking to grow a substantial amount of crops, you do need to take like a minor business license, or you need to apply for one, because you can only grow essentially for the property you have available. You would need some kind of marketing license to grow as much as you would want. And essentially it has to become commercial. Even if you don't charge, you don't have to sell them necessarily on the market. But you need to pay as if you're at market. For the size that you're going for, roughly speaking, the initial costs is probably going to put you in the range of like 60 silver.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's not that bad.
I mean, that's over $1,000.
I was given 2 gold. It'll probably just give me more if I need it.
Yeah. So it's about that. And then the rest really depends on how you want to go about setting up the planter boxes. Because it would be a much more tedious and extensive thing if you wanted to plant the plants in the ground. But if you're using planter boxes, that's a different story.
Yeah, you just gotta build stuff and then fill it with good soil.
Whoa.
If we're using a reasonable number of acreage, let's say that you got 10 acres to work with. Filling 1 acre with planter boxes would easily run about 2.5 gold crowns.
We need so much money.
Yes.
It's almost like farming is expensive.
Yeah.
So we'll say you get the license, or you apply for the license, and it needs to go through, which is going to take a few months.
Can I grease some wheels monetarily? Like, hey, she's with me.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to work with us all together this week, I'll say that.
I don't know if I would have
Dr. Hawthorne
immediately applied for it. I probably would have then needed to go talk with them and then get logistics sorted out for this week.
Yeah, because I will also say, if we fill up these 10 acres of stuff, I don't know how much effort exactly it takes to run 10 acres worth of crops, but I don't know if that's a person's worth of effort.
And also, the water usage, that's gonna go crazy.
And like, if you apply for the license and then like maybe as it's filling, you start working on it, what are they gonna do? Unplant your crops?
Probably.
Here's the weird cheat about the government.
Without the license.
Unless someone hates you, no one checks on your work.
Yeah. I found out some funny stuff about that specifically for my job. I will not say on stream.
Yeah, they're not going to check a rich person's house to see if they're farming too much.
I'll say my real life neighbor has built a structure that's super not up to code.
Yeah. It doesn't look it.
And if no one reports it, no one will know unless a government employee happens to drive through that street.
Yeah. So you can start working. I mean, of course, you can talk to Dr. Hawthorne and get working on all this over. It's a week. You got a week of time to manage. So
that's true.
But you learn and you work through it. And honestly, it would probably take a good week of time just to work out the logistics on top of what you normally do in your life on the day to day.
You want to run?
Suzanne playing with the baby
What?
on stream.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oops.
Suzanne, we can hear you.
Oh shit, I thought it was muted. Sorry.
It's good.
So doing some maths and loosely rounding, all in all, this is going to cost 26 gold pieces for the whole endeavor. Gold crowns, not pieces, gold crowns.
And there's one place that can come from.
In addition to this, winter crops and a lot of these don't really need an absurd amount of water, but I'll tack on an extra 5 silver onto Dr. Benjamin's weekly costs.
Oh, you're gonna cost me a house and a home.
Is the 26 like gold crown like start cost? Is that including labor and people coming to build it and fill it?
Oh
or-
no, sorry, I was
Yeah, that's
asking
just
that earlier.
supplies.
That's literally to have all the stuff and buy the permit.
Okay. What about labor?
Labor. A single person could very easily maintain probably about like 4 acres over the course of an entire day. So if you get 2 people to work on it, and then or you could get 3, even though, you know, you won't be getting your full effort out of them, but that'll completely maintain the property. You're looking at a weekly cost per person of, I mean, yeah. Oh, it's marked up. Let's see. $8.5 silver.
Oh, that's so much.
Yeah, but if we're selling crops, we'll soon be able to sustain them within the profit margins.
How long do I have? Because like, it might be I'm running low because I currently have 1,985 gold, and I converted some to just make it easier math for me, and I have 850 silver. So I could, what is that, like a couple weeks?
Plenty.
That's like a month at most.
Yeah, definitely. And for other people to suggest it, not Zerkanin, because he doesn't know city stuff, we just contact the local Boy Scouts to get them involved.
Yeah, it's unpaid labor because it's
Yep.
just like, hey, do you want to learn how to do some farming?
Hey, five people's Eagle Scout projects can be coming down here and building planter boxes for us, and then we'll teach you how to plant stuff and like give you a merit badge for it.
On top of that, because genius. Is Mormonism a thing in Anima?
No.
Damn, because that's so easy. All you have to do is trick some missionaries to do it. They'll do it. They really believe in just like doing all that helpful shit for free.
I will say, if you guys want to try to get some extracurricular help on this to try to cut some costs, that will consume some time.
Yeah, because like the plan was, I guess Zerkanin will phrase it this way: is if the plan is to make like a community garden, we can sort of put it out there that people can come and help on their own in their free time and take home some crops when they're ready here and then.
I have an idea. Can I maybe help start that process by way of chatting with maybe there's some courses on agriculture. Maybe chat with a professor like, hey, if you guys want to have a field trip to my house, I'm building a huge farm alongside, like, maybe there's a farming club at the college.
I mean, like I said, if you guys want to push for extracurricular help, that's just going to take you guys time. That's just what I'm saying up front.
I think that's for the long run, that's sort of what we're going for, right?
It gets the word out and it helps.
Yeah. You can deal with the college. I can deal with the Boy Scouts.
Okay. I will say, roughly speaking, most of what you guys are kind of pushing for is to cut costs on the labor of producing and building your planter boxes, because as much as having people come and water your plants every once in a while is good, these plants probably won't become beneficial to you until like summer next year.
Yeah.
And most of these kind of things don't last that long.
If we do that, we get a good community thing, because like I think my college I work at's got like 2 community garden programs that they run. One's in a greenhouse and one isn't.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna say to cut down on the minutia a little bit. You will need to I will say the 3 people involved with this, which is Zercanon, Juniper, and Dr. Hawthorne here, you're gonna have to dedicate a good portion of your time for like the next month to get most of this set up. But once it's set up, it'll then go from there.
I don't have anything I'm doing.
I'm down.
I got extra bits that I do. I will happily send people your way. Like, if a week or 2 is spent, send in like, hey, what's up? I'm doing this thing, agriculture professor. If you want to have a location your students can go hog wild, I have one.
Plus, I also go to college. I could just, show up one day that we can go talk to them together.
Well, so here's the problem: is it's just a lot of this requires a lot of logistics and a lot of personal time used. Like, I don't know how if you understand.
Talking to a professor?
Yes, because logistically, you also need to plan for when these people are going to be on your property and about the rules that are going to go into that, especially for someone like you who has a problem with people being around in general.
Take like a week.
And not only that, but you are the owner of the estate, so you have to sign a lot of the paperwork and do a lot of the stuff. And unfortunately for you, you kind of have whittled your staff down a bit, so you don't really have someone to do a lot of this for you like you used to.
That is true. My plan is to use the name at the college to be like, hey, here is a thing that exists. See ya. You can use it, and it's going to be built up soon. Helping get the word out to make it a community thing.
Yeah, but it's not that easy. In reality, it's not that easy. You can't just stick your head in and be like, hey, usually that's a conversation. Usually you got to talk to multiple people. You have to talk to the school board because they have to allow this as like an official program. Especially because people can come in and do this as a community service, which is good for students and their diplomas and everything like that. It's just, there's a lot of stuff, and while you don't necessarily have to be there for every little bit of it, you're going to have to be in there consistently, like every day or every other day or so. which takes time. That's why I'm saying mechanically to cut down on the minutia. It's a month. That's why I'm asking. Take it or leave it.
Make
Or
it 2 or no deal.
Or Alex can hire someone to do this for him for a month.
I mean, I'll probably do that because I have my own research shit that I'm doing.
Okay. Then considering the general proficiency needed, because it's not just a laborer, you need someone who can look at your finances, knows the law, all that kind of stuff. I'll do that one. Okay. So that will be 25 silver per day for a month.
I'll do that though.
I mean, you're a millionaire. Normally,
One day I'm gonna look at my money and be like, "Wow, that's really low," but it's 25 silver. It's not bad.
So let's see, 25
I look at
times.
that money is like, I missed that 7 gold and 50 silver pieces.
25 times 30. That's 750 silver. If we divide this by 100, that'll cost you 7.5 gold.
I'll do it.
Okay.
For the greater good.
All right, so Dr. Hawthorne has hired someone to manage this for the next month. So that's 7.5 gold.
Yeah.
In addition to, and just to make sure that you're up, the 26 gold required baseline for the project, not labor, but for material costs and licensing.
How much? 26?
26. I guess
Oh,
you can
boy.
subtract the 2 gold you got from Juniper from that.
Yeah.
Are you regretting your choices now?
It's a lot of money.
And then a month of time is going to happen for everyone, so we're going to do our weekly costs for the next 4 weeks, which is 40 silver for everyone else and 2 more gold from Mr. Hawthorne.
Any income?
Your income is going baseline to your living expenses currently for most everyone.
And my cost is cut down to 1/5, right?
Correct.
Which is
It was 40 silver, so 8.
8 silver.
Woo.
I'm almost dead, chat.
Yeah, like in 4 weeks, I'm out of money.
Should have been a Sylvain.
Didn't roll high enough.
Should get a job.
I have multiple.
Well, good thing you know someone who's really rich who could pay all your weekly expenses easily.
Not made of money, guys.
I don't feel comfortable asking you for more money.
I will say for characters who end up kind of going negative, what will happen, mechanically speaking, is your characters are going to just start taking more time. And if you spend any of that time doing anything other than essentially working, you're going to start suffering penalties for lack of food, sleep, or whatever you're expending to do this extra stuff.
Yeah, I got plenty of time until I'm worrying about it.
I don't think your roommate is quite in the same boat. which reminds me, I should
Get a job.
change that for Daisha. Daisha has a job.
I have a job.
Get paid.
It's paying the condo you live in. We're starting to get to the point of canned food.
I pay for the plants. I'd love to get a job, but I'm being abducted to run a farm.
I have a job and I'm setting all this up. 3 jobs and school.
I don't need a job. I pay enough. I have so much money.
You guys can't see me, but I'm shaking my head at him.
All right, so logistics aside, besides Zercannon and Juniper, what's everyone else doing for that month?
In my spare time, Daisha's going to be looking through used bookstores. Not the popular ones, but ones in, like, on the edge of, like, the district to see if there's anything that stands out as odd. And see if she can find a hidden gem or something in a bookstore.
Okay. I guess I will go ahead and have you roll a search. You don't find anything.
That's pretty much all she's going to be doing in her spare time before she has to start working more.
I guess technically, since it's a month, I should have increased that by like 30. You still don't find anything, but the number was higher. All right, what about Mr. Hawthorne or Alphonse, since you were looking to lie to someone?
I plan to do some good old research. I got my one book that's at least maybe has something, and he's kind of just doing his absolute best to research in, especially using the information he just learned from people doing it right in front of him. He wants to learn about magic and the esoteric. It's got a big ass book to study.
Okay. I'll say over the course of the first week, you read the book pretty thoroughly. If your occult is not already above 40, you gain 5 occult.
Yeah.
As the book is predominantly, from what you can see, kind of like a baseline, like, imagine the Dragonology book, but for occultism.
Fun.
That's effectively what it is. Whether anything is true or not is dubious at best, though Daisha did say that it at least mentioned something that's more close to reality. But since you don't have Daisha's frame of reference, you don't get the benefit of that occult bonus, because these bonuses are contextual.
Use the invisibility dust. See what it does. No, nobody gets that reference for the... Okay.
I do not.
It's part of the Dragonology book. It's fine.
Oh, I read that book last when I was like 5 or 6. That book ruled though.
It's a fun book. It's a book on mythological figures that comes across as like a scientific kind of science for kids kind of book. It's fun.
Yeah, it's super fun.
And this book is much the same way, not necessarily for kids, but like it talks about a lot of like basic stuff. And what you learn more than anything from this book is like the general ideas or the general like vernacular, I guess, of occultism. You learn like what kinds of things occultic people look into, talk about, all this kind of stuff. And you learn about like spirits, and you learn about this ability to pull things through, which now that you know that that's very possible, really contextualizes a lot of this book for you. But it doesn't really give you any actionable things you can do with the information.
Damn. Well, it's a start.
It is a start, and that's 15 development points essentially gained for free.
Yeah. Because that's his plan. His plan is to go super hard and like researching the occult, trying to track down stuff of his own. Because like he'll also be out and about looking for fun occult things, waiting for his pawn shop buddy to call him back, say he's got something new.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and roll for me a search.
All right.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's pretty good. Potentially.
Nasty.
Let's go.
That's real good.
That's insanely good. That just barely makes the, I think, absurd difficulty. It is called. Yep, absurd. I'm so good at this game.
I'm about to find one of those magic shops you buy stuff in and you leave, you turn around and the store is gone.
I need a moment to think on that. That was a much higher result than I was expecting.
Feel free. If this is something we touch on next week, feel free.
So, in the meantime, Devin, what are you looking into?
All right. So he's posited that walking up to a guy with 6 different languages is a much harder lie than just one. So he goes and makes copies of everything still under the professor's order, or advisement, I should say. And he is going to try and get an audience with the anthropology teacher.
That pompous dickhead.
And I think I'm just gonna have it be like the top one on my list that he selected from the pile. And the way he's gonna go about it is gonna say, there was this guy who I bumped into and I kind of like saw in his book or whatever, and he kind of quickly took it away from me, but I remembered all of like the symbols and stuff, and it looks like a written language, but not one that I just can find anything on. And was wondering if maybe you could give me advisement on how to figure it out.
Okay. I need to make this guy. So Alex, you are the one who is essentially characterized this guy first. Give me a read on this guy.
He is he's another just very well prestigious academic. He's not like famous. Maybe he's been on like a show or two, like a minor thing. But picture a guy that's really smart, knows he's smart, is charming, and the type of dude that another charming, famous academic would despise. Like, it is that they have immediate beef because they're the two most prestigious people at this college.
Okay. So he's
he acts like he's better. They both act like they're better than the other, like the whole time.
okay. Is it because he's very similar to you, or because he's very opposite to you that you guys just don't
Because
clash?
he's very similar. It is the type of thing where Dr. Hawthorne will say, "Oh, like that guy's a pompous prick. Like, don't go to his office." But then you go to his office and he's a super nice guy.
Okay.
They're
okay.
just two similar personalities.
I have the perfect idea for this, and I'm just gonna completely yoink the character's name because it sounds pompous and it just gets me in the mood for it. Though I should look at how it's spelled because I actually don't. All right. Okay, it is that. Okay. And I'm saying this name, but no one's read the book yet, so I am not going to get in trouble by anyone, and I don't know
Wow,
much about it. So.
referencing Cradle again.
Cradle again, because literally the character that Alex mentioned is the character that I showed the art for before.
Hell yeah, I get a nice preview to Cradle.
So this is he's like the academic head of the anthropology department, Ethan Aurelius. He has a very nice he has like a very nice tailor-made like dress shirt and vests. He has platinum blonde hair, and he looks to be pretty much in his like early 30s, still a bit youthful. But you can definitely see that like he's gone through a lot of work. He seems to care a lot about his appearance and the like. And you come up and you're like, hey, I found this and it looks like language. And do you mention Dr. Benjamin Hawthorne, referring you to him?
Probably not. He did refer to him as a pompous ass, so I can't imagine that they get along very well.
Did you know this guy? Did you know like a year after he started working here, he started wearing tweed? That's my thing. This fucking asshole. He copied me.
All I'm saying is from the very beginning when I started working here, I went to the cafe down the street for lunches on Wednesdays, and all of a sudden, after he finds out, after we talk about it in the break room, suddenly he starts going to that cafe for lunch on Wednesdays.
I'm happy I got to in this campaign create an NPC I hate.
It's also possible the hate is one-sided, Ponders.
It's up to whoever Cam plays this character, because
I'll see what the character speaks to me because I let the characters do the talking.
Yeah.
And I misspelled it. There's not two I's there. That's just my keyboard being weird.
That's what I did when I mentioned the anthropology department. I was like, I think it'd be funny if he just hated a department head at this college.
I guess he would. Because while he did say he was a pompous ass, he also highly recommended him because he's very skilled. So it's a very weird one, and he's just going to hope for the best.
Okay.
I guess to add that part of it, he would have gone. And I was having trouble like figuring it out. It's Dr. Hawthorne actually recommended you very highly for maybe you would understand this a lot better.
He cocks an eyebrow when you say that. At first, he was very kind of apathetically looking over the paper, but when you say that, you see a spark of vitality fill him, and he looks at you and he says, "Dr. Hawthorne said that about me."
Yeah.
Oh, well, now I have to look this over. I just thought I was going to look this over and give you some loose advice on linguistics and send you on your way. But if it's Dr. Hawthorne who sent you, then I guess I got to give this my full attention. He whips around you and places a hand on your shoulder. He looks over the paperwork a bit more intently, and he cocks a smile. Well, if I was any half bit of a scholar, I would say that this was nothing but a bunch of scribbles, but I can definitely tell that there is language written here in these lines. He motions over and he gives you a very deep and intellectual examination of the written work of these are obviously proper nouns based on their placement and all kinds of stuff that I'm obviously not too smart to recreate here. But
make up a language, Cam.
Well, it's not the language. I just don't know enough about language to talk about language at such a level.
Make up a full language that we can speak.
If it helps inform consequences for the future and or other stuff, it is the Duke Zaris language that he's handed.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
You started with the most evil one.
It's the one at the top of the list.
But unfortunately, I'm not a linguist. I have much more widespread specializations. And interestingly enough, I can see here some remnants of cultures from... He goes and he looks over his bookwork, and he makes mention of... I need to pull a book up. Where is... Because I haven't named the city yet. Need a world map. Here we go. Yes. Whoops. Oh, no, that's not where I was looking for. Dun, 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 dun. There it is. Sharina.
Sharina?
Yes. Have you heard of the city in the mountain?
Would I have?
Which history?
80.
Yes, you would have. You know generally all the major cities of the Empire, and Sharina is one of them. And it's very unique in the fact that Sharina is not a walled city, but instead a city built inside of a mountain.
Oh, I've heard a bit about it, but I wouldn't say I'm a master of the subject.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a master of the subject either, but I can tell you I know quite a lot. Sharina, at least back in the day before modernization, was known as the knowledge capital of the world. They had a great library spanning before the Empire. Now, the interesting thing about this text that I'm seeing here is that it is roughly reminiscent of some of their older texts that can be found in their libraries. Now, unfortunately for you, we're in the middle of a bit of a crisis, and going to Sharina is not going to be quite so easy. But it's a place to start. And I do know that we have another student here who has been looking into some of the ruins that could be found in the countryside. Granted, that was before the Wild March, but, you know, maybe they know something about it, because who knows, maybe there's some more local language that this is derived from. Where did these papers come from, by the way?
Honestly, I kind of just memorized the bit that I was able to see from when I looked at it after the person dropped their book, but they kind of were really shady about it and took it away really fast.
Shady about it, you say? So someone not of faculty or students here, somewhere on the streets?
I believe so, yeah. Or at least I hadn't seen them before.
And what street was this? Maybe district?
What's a good shady street, Cam?
Oh, there's the Ash Streets.
Shady Street Lane.
Shady Street.
I think it was somewhere on the Ash Streets. Or Ash Streets.
Evil Avenue.
He scratches his chin at that. Interesting. What would a scholar be doing out there? He looks you over. You can see a twinkle in his eye.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs around town, and sometimes it takes me through very precarious places.
Well, don't get shot next time you go wandering around those streets looking for any other wayward scholars. Well, that is as far as I can... Well, yes, let me give you a name. What was his name again? Yes. There you are. He hands you a little note card that has the name Cadmus Riestrad on it.
Oh, nice. Does it have like an address, or is it like just a general idea of where he is?
He is one of the students who are majoring in anthropology here. In fact, his father was a professor up until recently, when he unfortunately died on one of their excursions.
Oh.
Yes, unfortunately, that is the price to pay for those who decide to go outside the walls for their scholarly pursuits. They were exploring some ruins, and the guards weren't able to do their work, and unfortunately, the good Dr. Riestrad died. But he did take his son with him on lots of his work, and his son seems to be picking up where his father left off. So, dear old Cadmus might have some information that might be relevant to you or not. Unfortunately, until this whole Wild March situation is done, or until the ex-Giovanni decides to start loading up his zeppelins with cannons and machine guns, travel between the cities is not going to be something we're going to be capable of doing anytime soon. So, important information I'm going to reiterate, because I'm a teacher and that's what I do at heart. Sharina has a similar type of language in their old histories, and Cadmus Riestrad was looking at local ruins that might be of some note to you.
All right. Oh, thank you so much, Professor.
Oh, not a problem at all. And give Dr. Hawthorne my regards. I so love when he refers people to me.
Of course. Honestly, I'll make sure to refer people to you too, he says with a smile.
Yes, all right. Have a good day now.
He heads up.
I get too method acty. This man I invented for you to play that I hate. I was getting actually fucking pressed as you were talking with him. I was like, I fucking hate this guy. This absolute prick.
Because I knew the mannerisms of this character from the book would be exactly what would affect your character in that way. So
Yeah.
The students so ship you two.
I'll also say
they
is
definitely
really good
do
at,
for sure.
They definitely do. He is really good at Muay Thai, by the way. Muay Thai, like it is that thing of why aren't you guys friends? You are really similar, but we're both like fuck you.
I think
You've definitely had public arguments.
what makes it better is that Ethan Aurelius here, he doesn't hate you. He just enjoys pissing you off. It's what gives him life.
I am a beacon of calm composure, but like I have one foil. It's this fucking guy. Like I have definitely like been like, you fucking prick, like in public, like we're just yelling at him in like the hallway as we were talking about something.
I'm just imagining you running into him and going, "No, this is a good day. This is an important day. You will not be able to get under my skin." And he says one completely inconspicuous thing. You just lunge at him.
He says something very normal in passing, and it just snaps.
All right, I hope it goes well for you, you fucker.
Oh, you would hope it goes good for me, huh?
You guys could never be friends because Dr. Aurelius will do anything to just set you off.
Yeah.
There can be no peace with this man. He doesn't hate you, but seeing you angry just makes him happy.
It feels like that type of relationship of like everything they do genuinely give each other some like good professional layups, but it's always hidden or something. They're like, I'm gonna use this later.
There's respect in this game.
Yeah, ever since your accident, he's had the copy of the newspaper that reported on it on his desk, just in case you walk in, so he can pick it up and pretend to be reading it.
You know what? No, actually, instead, because he totally would do this. Alphonse, when you're in there, you see plaqued on the wall that newspaper clipping just framed.
That's amazing.
Oh
man, he must be really worried for his fellow colleague.
If you asked him about it, he would be like, "Oh, I'm just so worried about Dr. Hawthorne after everything like that, and I keep it up there to remind me of the stresses that can come with fame."
Yes.
I'm gonna get front row. I'm gonna get fucking front row seats to this man's funeral. Phone in hand, cheering.
Motherfucker, you're gonna be in cuffs during his funeral.
Yes.
You're killing him.
As a student, you should also look toward Dr. Hawthorne to learn from his mistakes, his many, many large mistakes that he's made in his career.
Damn, if this is the case, I might have to actually write up a character sheet for him.
Oh, that'd be so funny. Just make him a carbon copy of me.
He's
also a key
learned
user.
E.
He also eats 2 eggs a day.
No, he knows magic and Xeon stuff, but he uses it like key.
He's a muscle wizard.
Yeah, that's what I do. I'll do the actual magic key fighter. There we go.
Yeah, he just using actual, like, he has the gift, but I'm just pretending to be a wizard as a key user. He's pretending to be a key user as a wizard.
Impressive on both ends, actually.
I'm glad I've just invented my Virgil to my Dante, like the Zero to my Mega Man. I've just made the rival character.
I can't wait now for someone to start reading those books and to comment on my impression of Ethan Aurelius. I'm excited.
Hell yeah.
Which one of you says jackpot?
I feel like I'd be the one who says that.
I feel like both of them think that they're the one who says it.
We both think we're Dante.
There's gonna be one time where they're like together and something happens and they both simultaneously go jackpot and then accuse the other of stealing their catchphrase.
But we're getting to the end here. I think I might hold off on Alex's thing because it gives me more time to think about it, and I think that's only a good thing.
Yeah.
So let's finish up with the rest of what Alphonse is doing, since you have a few more weeks while everyone else is
I believe.
busy. Sorry?
I said I have a lead.
Yeah, okay.
I think, yeah, he 100% is going to go and try and find this Cadmus Rheostrad, if he can.
Okay. So, asking around, you find out that Cadmus is, he's like your average kind of guy. He was smart. His dad was a pretty well known like anthropologist and archaeologist, and he would go with him on occasions. A few times, escorted by the First Heavenly Order to go research things, which is kind of fancy. It's like getting a military escort essentially. And
That does state a lot about what he was researching.
Yeah, maybe. You get his general description. He is a kind of shorter guy. He's closer to like 5'8". Broad, wears glasses, and overall not particularly fit. A little bit on the pudgy side. Though strangely, he's been spending less time in the departments, and he's been it was found out not too long ago that he's been going to like a nearby boxing gym.
What's with all of these scholars suddenly getting into combat arts?
They know they got to fight for food soon. It's the senses tingling.
We have a really good physical fitness program at the college. It does a lot of good work to promote getting fit in the way you enjoy.
It's one of those things where you're not considered like a true member of faculty until you pick up.
But following this lead, you go downtown to Lucky's Knockout, which is the name of the gym. Well, gym slash this is kind of like where people go to be boxers. Going in, looking around, you see a guy who roughly matches the description, as he is just laying into like a sandbag. And it's very aggressive. It seems like he's got something he wants to prove to himself, or some kind of inner demons going on, as he's hitting it real hard, and the bag is just shaking around, and it's causing the most commotion in the gym, which at this time of day is mostly just like some people getting ready to work out.
Do I have a general idea of when his dad passed?
It was looking into it, you found out that it was like a few months before the Wild March. So it's been about almost half a year.
Okay. He'll kind of like sheepishly wander up, kind of like thinking what he's gonna say. And honestly, the only thing he can think of is, hi there, are you Cadmus by any chance?
You say, and after like a few moments, it doesn't seem like he hears you, but then he grabs the bag, and he's breathing heavy as he turns and looks at you, and you see really aggressive looking eyes. It looks like he wants to kill you. As he turns and he looks at you, and he says, yeah? Sure. 1 second, I'm sorry, I'm all sweaty. He goes and he wipes himself down with a rag nearby as he goes and sits down. How can I help you?
Gulps for a second and then wanders over. I'm sorry to disturb your workout. at all.
Don't worry about it.
But I was actually referred to by, oh God, is it Ethan? It's
Ethan.
not Ethan. Is it Ethan? Ethan?
Ethan, yeah. It's Ethan, but it looks Ethan. Ethan
I was
Aurelius.
actually referred to you by Dr. Aurelius on possibly learning a bit about the languages that Serena has. I've found some paperwork that I can't make heads or tails of, but going from him and checking with him, it's indeed a language, just not one I'm familiar with.
Yeah, sure. Let me go and get dried off here. I don't want to get sweat on your paperwork.
Of course.
He goes, and it takes about like 15 minutes. He goes, takes a shower, and gets dressed up. And he comes out, and he's wearing like some very scholar-esque kind of garb, you know. He's wearing like a sweater vest, and he has a scarf with it as well. And as he comes out, he still looks like he's gonna murder you, but his demeanor has changed, or his appearance has changed enough where you don't feel at least like he's angry at you.
It's not as severe.
Yeah. It's just maybe his eyes just look that way. Might just be a person who has a naturally aggressive appearance.
Also, as a side note, I appreciate the Rhea Strad reference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let me look at this. He looks it over, and his eyes kind of go a little wide for a moment. I don't know what language this is, but I've seen something similar.
Oh?
Yeah. I found it in a ruins not too far from here, actually. I'll show you my paperwork. And he goes off, and we'll catch up on this next time.
Hype. We're advanced studying, y'all.
So, let's go and do some XP, shall we? So, y'all get 3 XP for being here today. Still, not a lot is happening. We haven't really been pushing story. We've just been doing character stuff. So, we'll just hop back down to character... Well, I guess I can give you guys some character interpretation as well. I think everyone's doing great on their characters, and I really appreciate it. So I'm going to give you 3 more for that. Now player nominations and or kudos.
Good job to Devin for saying my character's got this whole ancient language storyline. Let's wait until the guy who knows ancient stuff leaves to talk about it.
Don't want to make it too easy. Also, some very concerning things appeared in his life in that moment.
We got to meet some new fun NPCs, so I'm not upset.
Yeah, we have Alex's character who gets shipped with another professor on campus. It's great he didn't talk to you.
Fuck this guy. I hope we have a fight. I want to beat this guy's ass.
I hope he is a mid-level boss that we have to fight for whatever reason.
Whatever
He's from the
side,
Inquisition.
yeah, whatever side we're on, he's on the opposite.
No, he's on our side, but specifically to be close enough to piss you off.
Like I have to.
I support this. I support this.
Kudos to Cam for going, I'm going to take this name because it's sounds really arrogant and pompous, and then pulled a name that's basically just my real name.
It's literally the character's name from the book. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, to be honest, what is more pompous than taking a normal ass name and making it harder to spell?
True.
Oh man, my job. You guys have no idea. The way that I've seen people want to be different and spell their names is crazy.
It's strange, man.
Oh, I have an idea. My job has the same thing where I find stuff with people's names on it.
Hmm.
I loved the attempt to dodge Zircanon's gaze and just diving under the table.
I wanted to hold. I was gonna hold out as long as I could without telling you guys about his issue, because he just met most of you.
Absolutely. But it's still very strange to be making one specific person put a blanket on.
I'm worried about a guest. He might be cold.
He's just racist against elves. It's fine.
Sure, I'll give Alex a pity award. He wanted to keep his secret, but he just couldn't because it's just so weird.
It is weird because it is hard to be like, hey, stop dancing around the point. Why do you keep running away from this man's face?
Why are you putting a blanket on his head? Why did you dive in the bushes earlier?
You could have kept it a secret longer if you didn't just happen to roll one of us to be staring at you right at the beginning of our long meeting.
Yeah, like it's insane that just happened like
Fate.
right away. It also is funny because I was legitimately thinking, what's a way I can help get around this and be kind of fun? Oh yeah, communal eye patch. I just have an eye patch with me, and then I'm like, you're gonna kill me, and I throw an eye patch at you.
By the way, just so you don't get comfortable, I'm changing the number I need to roll on the D100 every day.
Oh no.
Every day we play, not every day in game.
Oh. No,
So you can't rely on it being 100 every time.
Oh.
I want you to feel that tension every time I roll the dice, because that's how you feel every time someone looks at you.
It is fun because it was something I was chatting with Vale about, like talking about like their Anima game and then this one, bringing up like, oh man, the funny old bit of putting a blanket on Booter's character, and like I'm a huge fan of how it's been rolling with because inherently how he's dealing with this like threat is funny. It's super bittable. But my favorite thing, I'm a huge fan of horror, I'm a huge fan of comedy, because they're genuinely like almost the same genre. They're written like kind of the same way. My favorite aspect of horror comedy is the moment the joke stops being a joke, and it's like, uh-oh, I've been underestimating the threat. And so I'm looking forward to this key continually growing, because I do mean it when I'm like, the Dr. Hawthorne side quest is like fucking Silent Hill, while everyone else is just like, ooh, let's start a garden. That's my shit.
We're just gonna be like, oh, it's so funny that our friend here jumps away and dives for cover every once in a while. Isn't it silly that he does that? Oh, our friend's gonna die.
Yeah, like the more horrific, terrifying this goes, because like that's a whole aspect I'm building into him. It is like a primal terror, that terror that feels like ancestral in the DNA from the days when we hid in caves, like that kind of fear.
And trust me, as you should, I have all kinds of plans for everyone, but for the Eldritch Horror stuff, I'm gonna make anyone who talks about our campaign sound like raving lunatics.
Hell yeah.
Because the things they're gonna say are gonna make no sense to someone with no context.
Fair. I know they didn't mean it this way, but it was really funny to go, I can turn a room dark, I can summon an angel from nothing. I can close my eyes and like see people's spirits sometimes. But well, I'm an ancient race with like a god that nobody really knows anything about, and then just having Suzanne's character look at everybody's like, and we all bring something to this. And my character just going, what the fuck are you talking about?
You know what? Yeah, Devin, go ahead, take a Jim Normal Man point.
Like, I don't have anything.
Maybe you do have a
You are literally being perceived by an entity outside of this reality.
I don't have any cool power though. All I get from it is my soul being rendered. I don't get to like show off cool
Rendered.
magic.
My soul's gonna be in such high quality by the end of this.
That's why I'm dying. It's completely rendering my soul in a different location.
That's an interesting idea.
I have a lot of goofy little like bits of, oh, what if it's this? What if it's this? I had an idea of something terrifying, not to give you an idea, of like, imagine you have this threat and you have this thing where it's trying to find a direct route, and then you wake up to someone outside of your bedroom, like with a fucking, what are those drill things with a crank, just like drilling a small hole in your wall. Like, like weird cultist type shit. Oh my god, it spooked me.
Belle woke up, by the way, dear.
Also, on the same vein, I did love the aesthetics of people's like magic, even if our characters couldn't see some of them.
Agreed. Both like Suzanne and Slug both described your magic very cool.
Well, Suzanne's was all pretty obvious to see. Cut hand.
Still,
make
it's a
dark.
fun. It's a very like, all right, shit. I want to see you cast like a bigger thing now.
I'm kind of curious to see what you do better for, like, if you get like some of the more active stuff.
Yeah, because I'll be taking one active ability from Alon, and then once I take that, Cam and I were talking about how since I'm technically not following Raphael, I'm following Raphael's like servant, the retainer. The late game Alon stuff is going to be different, so I don't know what that is going to be yet. So maybe I'll have something cool.
Hype.
But the only active one I'm planning on taking is just calling animals.
Yeah, you know what, Slug? Go ahead and get your Demon Slayers award, because no one else could see really what you were doing.
Yes. How would your player awards again?
1.
Okay.
Anima's a very different kind of game where the numbers are much smaller.
Yeah.
Good job to Slug for trying your best to help the town, even if your way of helping the town is roping other people into helping the town in your stead.
Yeah. Listen, we're gonna need food, and I can't grow all food by myself.
It was really funny you going, I have an idea to help the town. So Zerkanon does the work and Dr. Hawthorne pays for it.
I mean, I think it's a really forward-thinking idea, and I think you guys are I'll go ahead and give a point to both Juniper and Mr. Hawthorne for working out some of the logistics around everything.
Boom. Bitch.
I
That's what you
don't
get.
know
That's what you get. That's what you get.
You didn't really do much as far as like.
I would have been contributing what crops to do.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about like through talking character stuff as well.
And why did I have to spend a month?
All right, you know what? Because you have a big XP penalty, I'll give you a point too.
Haha, pity.
If I have to sit here and beg every time we do XP, I will do it.
Any other player nominations in Arcudos?
I do love that everybody's already getting into their characters pretty heavily. Even some who get angry at an NPC they created for Cam.
So I literally set up the rake in front of me, and then I step into it, and then get upset that I stepped into it. I can't wait to talk to him more.
Yeah, I hope you like Mr. or Dr. Aurelius, because
I do.
it's gonna be fun.
I do. I'm gonna be fuming whenever he talks.
He
But
is
I'm gonna.
in the books even a character who just loves getting like taking the shit out of people and just getting just annoying people to no end. So I think it'll be fun. And I don't mind directly plagiarizing a character who is, for the most part, appropriate for the role.
Yeah.
Especially because you yourself said, yeah, I very much kind of like this guy. And I was like, you like this guy? Show you a picture. You're like, yeah, kind of. Hair's not as long, but yeah, I like that. And then it's like, I hate this guy because we're so alike. And it's like, oh, I see. But yeah, I will say those already in the character interpretation. I think everyone's been doing good. I'm so happy that despite the first two sessions mostly amounting to, hey, we showed each other our supernatural powers and now we're starting a farm, we're having a pretty good time.
I'll be honest, half of that is like the stock standard early session for Anima. There is just going to be a session where you roleplay, hey, magic is real and I have it.
Yeah, that's kind of unavoidable. Mostly if someone in the party is supernatural, it's like you just got to get that out of the way. Plus, it gives me plenty of free opportunities to give you guys some free points for your character sheets.
You know what? Speaking of free points, did I get any herbal lore?
Yeah, I'll say, considering everything that you went through, as long as your herbal lore is not more than 40, you can take 5 points.
It's at 0.
My herbal lore is more than 40. Have we successfully set up the farm now?
Yeah, after this month of time goes down.
Does that count as extending or planting forest jungles or woods?
Oh.
I mean, you
Yeah.
specifically stated no trees.
Guys, I've hit 50 alone.
Yeah! You're welcome!
I
Wait,
get to have a
Bitch.
How? Is it 5
because
points?
I get 5 for that.
You get 5 for that?
Yeah, if I'm under 50.
Wow, that's crazy. I'll
It's
allow
not
it.
that hard to increase your Elan under 50.
It's really hard after.
If it didn't, I would just very quickly get up there by feeding people. Because I assume I would be saving the lives of animals or plants.
Yeah, I mean, so the reason why I'll permit it, even though this feels like it would be a little bit more extensive, is given the circumstance and the situation, this farm, which is not a small, like 10 acres is huge. I don't know if you guys have an easy concept of an acre, but it's massive.
Yeah, I the way I think about it is like when there's like a mansion with a huge yard, that's usually like a couple acres.
Like my house, the property I live, that's like maybe 20% of an acre.
Yeah.
So if you multiply my property by 5, that's about an acre.
And then multiply that by 10.
And then multiply that by 10, and that's a lot. So, like, it's
and I think my Zircanon was probably like, out of the 3 of us, Zircanon's job was probably mostly just the on-site manager, kind of. Like, actually doing it.
Well, yeah, I'm
I have
assuming
a 110 leadership.
a lot of it is just like you're helping a lot with like directly the planting of the plants and knowing generally how to space them optimal and all this kind of stuff, and maybe you're going and helping getting the soil and like very involved in all the gardener aspects of what's going on.
Yeah.
Any other nominations and or kudos? Okay. How are you guys liking the contextual stat boosts or skill bonuses?
I think it's
Pretty
pretty
good.
cool.
It felt real nice to just keep bumping up my skill.
Because what I'm doing is, and I'll explain it in a little bit more detail, even though it's more of a narrative element than it is anything mechanical, is your characters, when you discover in world in lore, which I guess as well it'll be fun. Juniper, you also gain 5 in law.
Yeah.
I think it's fun to gain the ability to learn things outside of a level up.
Yeah.
But it's based on your characters and you as players kind of learning things. So like if you guys discover something and I explain something to you guys, you're like, oh, I start to understand more about this thing in the game. Like it's something I want to reward and give you points for. And it's also contextual. Like in Daisha's case, she read the book, but what she got out of it was, oh, this person mentioned the wake, and there's some interesting things here, taking that into consideration, because she's a spellcaster, and she should at least know roughly about like the wake and its adjacencies and everything like that. While the other people who would read the book would be like, oh, I guess I learned a lot of occult lore, like I learned some ideas of occultism and all that. And just the idea of you guys seeing magic being used in front of you is enough to like give you, like, now you've seen magic. Now you know what magic looks like. So even though you aren't very proficient in occultism, you might be able to recognize it if you see it in the future. Same thing with summoning. The only thing, and Alex hit on it earlier, was even though Booter's like, hey, I'm an elf, I'm a Sylvain, I'm this other race, and here's this long history, there was nothing physical or like definitive about the reveal. So it wasn't anything worth getting points for. But when your characters learn the context of what it means and everything, then you might get more like occult points. Or whatever points. And like the big thing is I want you to, as characters and players, learn things. I'm not going to give you points for like, hey, I'm going to be doing this thing in downtime. Do I get points? No. That's what you'd get when you level up, is like all that downtime, like in between stuff is essentially what you're getting when you level up. But if you actually go and discover a thing, experience a thing, or do something plot relevant, then I'll definitely be happy to reward it. Plus, the information is based on your relative level of skill. Learning about planting fall crops would not be very helpful to Mr. I'm the herald of plants and nature.
Yes.
It's so rudimentary for you that like learning that information is not helpful. But
Well, joke's on you, because I got 5 herbal lore anyway since my Elan went up.
oh,
You really showed him. High five.
And I got 5 animals on top of it. Eat that.
and hey, I think you have your totem now.
I do.
And yeah, also, like, it's a bit gamified, I understand, but I'm attempting to apply pressure to you guys with the whole weekly expenditures. I'm hoping it'll make you start doing things, so we'll see. But how is that feeling for everyone? Is it feeling maybe too stressful or what?
It feels too fast, not gonna lie.
And a lot of time is passing.
I have 5 weeks left at tops.
I'm fine.
I have the luxury
He's
of being
giving me
able to
the
wait
most-
it out.
It's giving me the most goofy smile right now. Fuck you, Booter.
I was planning to wait a little while until my expenses started getting like a little low to go looking for a job, and then we just started doing it. I was like, I can last a while.
To be fair, also, we just happened to do a month of time, which was not what I was anticipating, but you guys made a very huge project, so to get it out of the way, it just kind of needed to be done. So I don't anticipate months passing too quickly, but you will start to feel like you need to start getting stuff done or mooching or theft.
Sir Dr. Hawthorne could ask for an investment of
I mean, Alex can supply the entire party 1 gold apiece to make someone last effectively like almost 3 months.
I can. But like, if I give out handouts, maybe you guys don't want to get a job. You know, I gotta think about these things as a wealthy man now.
True.
Suddenly
You
I
just
hate
wanna
tax laws.
Work your fields.
It's a motivator, and more than likely I'll just give you guys a gold.
Which I'm generally fine with for now.
I mean, I'm fully expecting there to be a point if it gets bad enough that money doesn't really mean anything anymore.
Well, I'll let you know, money will
buy
start
into
meaning
it.
a lot more before it starts meaning nothing at all.
Oh yeah, like there's a point eventually if shit gets bad enough where it's just like people can reject the idea of money and then be like, well, what if I just beat your ass?
But also, a big part of this as well is you guys are now starting to feel what other people in similar situations are starting to feel. And I'm going to tell you, prices are not going to go down anytime soon. But yeah, that's going to be it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm so excited to be playing some more Anima, and every session so far has been great. But with that, we'll go ahead and say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.